Oh, my goodness gracious. Hello, my friends. It's Jill Osborne from the Interstitial Cystitis Network. It is Sunday, October 29th, 2023, and it is time for another live IC support group meeting. I have to tell you, it is a gorgeous day here in California. There's something about the fall weather that it's just crisp and clear and comforting and warming and invigorating. If you have the chance during these fall days to get out and just breathe the air, look at the birds, sit by a lake, find your peace, find your center. Boy, did I find that this morning. I am so glad that I was able to get up and go out for a walk. All right. So my purpose in doing these meetings is to make you so strong, so knowledgeable, so that no one can mess with you again. I don't want anybody telling you that IC is all in your head or your pelvic pain is all in your head. I don't want anybody telling you that you're damaged goods. I don't want anybody telling you that there is no hope, because that is wrong. There is always hope. Hi, Gay. Hello, Paula. We are live streaming right now on Facebook. If I'm looking straight, I'm looking at Facebook. If I'm looking over here, I am looking at YouTube. And one of the things I love about doing these support group meetings, hi Laura, are all the messages that I get afterwards, because quite a few people watch them the following week and they listen, and they're always surprised when they call me. It's like, wait, it's just you answer your phone? Yes, I do answer my phone. And so I know that when you listen to this, that it gives you comfort, that it gives you hope, that it gives you, most importantly, information, and I hope inspiration. And I hope that when you watch these meetings, you know that you're not alone, and that you're loved, and that you're precious, and that you're here. And we want you to have a happy life and have a healthy life. But injuries happen, trauma happens, illness happens. And it's moments like this when, if you have the chance to meet somebody else and to see that you're not alone and to learn from their successes, you don't have to recreate the wheel here. There are hundreds of thousands of patients who have walked this journey. And one of the blessings of a support group is that you can learn from our wisdom. Now, of course, not everybody's the same. And of course, support groups are challenging because, whoops, looks like we have a little hesitation here on Facebook. Hello, Boria. Every support group has different types of patients. You've got newly diagnosed patients, you've got grizzled veterans, and they have very, very different needs. And so when I do these meetings, hopefully I'm helping both of you, that I'm giving comfort and support to that patient who is newly diagnosed. And for those of you who are grizzled veterans and you're exhausted and frustrated and you just don't know what the heck to do next, hopefully I can help you with that too. Now, I have to tell you, I have been listening to a lot of books on tapes now when I'm working, and just when I'm working around the house and all sorts of stuff like that. I am listening to Arnold Schwarzenegger's new book, Be Useful. And oh my gosh, is it good. And the thing is for many of us, when you can't do what you were doing before, you feel that life is over. And his book is exactly what you need. Well, I wish I'd had this when I was a teenager, to help us see that there's always opportunity. There's always a chance to pursue a new direction. And that sometimes illness happens, injuries happen, to help us find something that is more meaningful in our lives, to find something that is more productive in our lives. I have said this many a great time. I had no pride in my job. I had no pride in my work before IC. I mean, I was in drug development for a while, pharmacology, gave that up. I love animals, couldn't do that. And then I worked for a nonprofit, went to grad school. I had no pride in that work at all. But you know what? Listen, the one gift that IC gave me was an opportunity to work that I feel a lot of pride for, to be able to help. So one of the things he said in the book is make sure people know your story. And I have talked about my personal story many times. I don't want to talk about that. But before we get into your IC questions, I do want to talk about how this all started. Why is IC support important? Hi, Kayleen. Hey, girl, how you doing? Nice to see you. Now, I'm not sure what's happening with YouTube here, but okay. So, you guys all know that when I was a kid, I broke my tailbone and all that sort of stuff, and I had all the related conditions to IC all the way through my 20s. That's a whole nother story. My bladder pain started at the age of 32. When I was swimming in a pool, and the pool made a massive mistake with their chemicals. And actually, my first diagnosis was chemocystitis. For a year, that was my first diagnosis before they told me that I had, quote unquote, interstitial cystitis. And it was absolutely shocking to go from being quite functional to literally overnight, barely able to walk. The pain was so severe that night, I thought that I had never had bladder pain before that. I had had IBS, I had had vulvodynia, but I'd never had bladder pain. So it felt like the world's worst bladder infection. I mean, I was up every 10 minutes all night long, but I had a hunch. I called the pool and I went, hey, what's anything weird going on with the pool yesterday? And the pool manager goes, what? You swam yesterday? And I went, yeah. Goes, didn't you see the close sign? I went, nope. A bunch of us swam. They had bombed the pool. They had bombed the pool that day. You're not supposed to swim in that massive chlorine and acid treatment. You're not supposed to swim for 24 hours. I would have been blinded if I hadn't been wearing goggles. And when I told him my symptoms, he goes, oh, that's so weird because I have other members who have exactly the same problem. Yeah, you think? Hello, chemocystitis. You know, I was kind of funny because I always took pool water into my bladder when I swam. I don't know why, but I did. People say that's not possible, but it did happen to me. So I had massive levels of acid in my bladder and I had a chemical burn in my bladder. It's that easy. And I probably work now in the last 30 years with maybe 100 patients that's happened to. It's pretty rare, but I remember I was working with a swim coach at UC Berkeley who had the exact same thing happen. Somebody got a brand new hot tub. They told her that they filled it up, put the chemicals in. She said, can I get in? They said, yes. They didn't tell her to wait, and she got in. She got a chemical burn in her bladder too. So that's kind of like what we see with patients who have chemocystitis. So to go from being pretty functional to barely being able to walk was just nothing short of stunning to me. I mean, you just feel like, I don't even know how to describe it. I mean, it was just so awful. So I went to the doctor the next day, got diagnosis of chemocystitis. And then I was alone. I was alone. I was alone in this pain. I can remember I would be up most of the night crying, laying in my family room or living room while everybody else was sleeping. And then I wouldn't flush the toilet at night because I didn't want them to know how often I was peeing. I would only flush it once or twice because I was just urinating, right? And that went on. Even though I was able to go back to work, I would drive to work crying. Every speed bump I hit hurt terribly. And I finally had to go out on disability, and then I got fired, right? Then I lost my disability insurance. I lost my insurance, all that sort of stuff. Anyway, you're not alone if that's happened to you, because that happened to me. I lived on credit cards for a couple of years while I tried to get better. Okay. So why support? So this is again, Arnold in his book said, make sure people know your story. Make sure people know why you do this. So I was desperate. I was absolutely desperate to meet another patient, but there was no support group near me. I'm up in Northern California in Sonoma County. There's a group in Sacramento. That was a 2-hour drive. There was a group in Berkeley. That was a 90-minute drive. And I needed to talk to somebody. I was suffering. So I made the decision to drive down to Berkeley in a flare. So I drive down there. I'm just like biting my lip. Oh my God, it hurts so bad. Go across the Richmond Bay Bridge. This is a long, fairly long drive for me. Get into Berkeley. There's a massive festival. There was no parking for miles. So I actually got to the support group and I couldn't park. And I had to turn around and drive home. And the idea went, you know what, Jill, you can start a support group. For God's sake, you've got a master's degree in psychology with a specialty in groups. You can start a support group. So I called the ICA and said, hey, I'd like to start a support group for you. And I did. It was called IC Redwood Empire. This was in 1993. This year is my 30th anniversary of being a support group leader. And oh, what a joy that was. Oh, what a joy. The first person who called me, her name was Evelyn. She became my co-leader. And before I knew it, I had 300 people in our support group. And I saw, oh my God, I'm not the only one. And what I really saw is, gosh, what I thought was bad was not bad compared to other people. Some people were in much worse shape than I was. And I made amazing friends. Amazing. Well, sadly, Evelyn moved away and then we lost her, unfortunately. But we ran that support group for about 15 years, I think. 15 years. Well, in that first year, because obviously you can tell I'm an uber geek and I like research and I have a strong medical background. I'm trying to get better. I'm trying to learn everything I can about IC. I am calling people boldly. I am calling researchers. I am calling doctors. I have no fear. I had no fear. I still don't have any fear about that. And so I would do this massive prep for these meetings because I'd have 300 people in my group, but we'd maybe get 20 or 30 people at the meeting because most people were at home and in pain. And so here I was doing all this work. I had all these photocopies that I paid for myself, ready to hand out. And the people that really needed it weren't there. And I would drive to the meeting crying because I was in pain. The meeting was in Petaluma, which was a good 30-minute drive for me. I would be crying on the way to the meeting because sitting in the car was so painful. So anyway, I would call them afterwards and go, how come you weren't at the meeting? They go, well, Jill, because it hurt too much. I couldn't get in the car. And I'm like, well, of course it hurt too much because it hurt me too. I was just very stubborn and got there anyway. But I completely understand people who wouldn't get in the car to hurt themselves that way. And the idea came to, hey, let's bring support to people where they need it at home. Because if you couldn't come to the meeting, shouldn't you get support at home? Can't we bring support to you at home? And that was just when the internet was starting, because yes, I'm that old. And we had America Online and CompuServe, and I started the first online support groups for urology patients and IC patients. Actually, another member of my group started the IC group on Facebook. I was doing the broad urology group, the cancer, prostatitis, that group. And it worked. It worked. Online support gave people support when they needed it the most in the middle of the night. If you were having a flare in the middle of the night, you could come online and you could meet other people. And that first year was absolutely mind-blowing. And nothing was free back then, guys. I was paying $200 a month out of my savings to do it. But I don't know, man. I just had this hunch. I'm going to do this. This made sense to me. Did it for a year, gathered the data, absolutely proved that people could use the internet for support. And then I made the proposal to the ICA. I said, I'd like to build you the first website on IC and the first online support center, because I was already a support group leader for them. Well, that was interesting because they laughed and told me it was a very stupid idea and that nobody would ever use the internet for support. I got a lecture on the evils of computer and a lecture on knowing my place in the IC movement by their executive director at the time. And I went, okay. Did you read my proposal? They didn't. Did you look at my data? They didn't. And I went, okay, if you don't want to do it, that's fine, but I think I'm going to do it. I want to do it. I found a doctorate at Stanford. I modeled the IC network off of this doctorate on how to bring support to patients who were homebound. And they were quite angry at me. And she said, if you do it, we will never, ever acknowledge your work. And I'm like, okay. 30 years later, they've only mentioned me once, which is fine, because we've proven that this model works. It's quite fun that 30 years later, that simple little student project has been rated #1 in the world in 2 major medical studies, one by Children's Hospital Harvard and the other by the University of London. And so the reason why I'm here today doing this support group is because that mission never ended. We're still here doing support. 30 years later, we're doing support. Hi, Carolyn. Hi, Mary. Because ultimately, in the end, it's about you. It's about us. It's about us being together to support each other, to encourage each other, to inspire each other, to learn from each other. And the gift of the IC movement is our diversity. It's the many stories we share. It's the young kids. It's the seniors. It's all around the world. It's every nation. And when we work together and when we come together, we can change lives. We can, we do, we will change lives. So getting back to Arnold Schwarzenegger's book, one of the things that I was listening to this morning, he said, listen, I don't have time for negative stuff. I'm not interested in listening to all the negativity online. That's not useful. I'm interested in the positive things. What are people doing to change things? What are people doing to make our lives better? What are we doing to make our lives better? What are you doing to make your lives better? And not living in this storm of tragedy that we have right now with the internet. And so I guess what I'm trying to say here is that carry hope in your heart. Having pain sucks, but it's a moment that can be transformational. I had a doctor say to me, you will forever be a burden on your family. You will always live with severe pain. Get used to it. This is your life. And I proved him wrong. And I want to help you prove your naysayers wrong. I want to help you prove those doctors wrong. There is hope. There is always hope. Now, normally when I do these meetings, I do a little educational riff. I've got a fascinating, absolutely fascinating case for you today. Here, hold on a sec. Okay. So so remember, what do we always say? IC is a very diverse patient population. For some people, IC begins in childhood. For others, when they're much older. For some, after accidents. For some, after having a baby. You are an anatomical mystery to be solved. We have to try to figure out the underlying cause of your symptoms. We don't want to chase your pain. We don't want to chase your symptoms with ineffective treatments. Yeah, they might make you feel better, but are they repairing anything? The answer, of course, is no. We always have to be focused on what is the underlying cause of your symptoms. So, a couple of years ago, we had a patient call the IC Network who had made an absolutely stunning discovery. Um, Her icy symptoms kind of worsened over time, and she became very, very ill. And so too did her family. Her husband started getting ill with something kind of different. Her children didn't feel well. Hello, Doris. I'll come back to that, honey. Her children were getting ill, couldn't figure it out, wasn't responding to treatment. And then they made and literally they were all just getting very, very ill. Just very, very ill in this home. Then they made an amazing discovery that their water heater was leaking, stuck in a closet. It was leaking into the foam of the carpet. The entire house was carpeted, and the foam was saturated with water and black mold. Massive black mold. They had to move out. Within a couple of weeks, they all got better. Took time, but even her bladder symptoms resolved. So it was like, okay, black mold, could black mold really cause urinary symptoms? And our writer, Stacy, dove into the research, and by golly, it can. Black mold in your home can cause frequency, urgency, pressure, and or pain. So this is one of the more rare potential causes of quote unquote bladder pain. So we did a big article on that in our magazine, I think back in 2020. And I just put it on our website. I'd totally forgotten about it. So last week, either on Thursday or Friday, I got a phone call from a patient who was having multiple bladder infections, not responding to treatment. I think she did 3 courses of one, and then she did another course of Cipro, not getting better. She had a next generation test. You know what they found? Aspergillus. You know what aspergillus comes from? Black mold. Black mold. And she shared that the house that she was living in, they just moved to another house. The house that she had been living in for many years was very musty. It's a very old, musty home. And she knew that there was black mold. They just couldn't find it. And thank God she's now out of that home. But what's challenging is she now has aspergillus and not responding to typical therapy. And hopefully, she didn't know about the whole black mold IC. She just thought, oh, that was just a weird accidental urine culture result. No, really not. So she's going to go back to the doctor, and they're going to have to look at that more closely and maybe do an antifungal. So on our website on Friday, I put up a blog with that article. I shared it on Instagram. I haven't shared it yet through the other ones. I just ran out of time. But I wanted to, I mean, it's a good Halloween story because it's disgusting. I mean, having something hidden in your home that can actually hurt you, yikes. Like little zombies. Um, uh, This is why you can never accept you will always live with pain. You just can't accept that anymore. There's always hope. But we got to dig deep. And as I often say, the devil is in the details here. Your ability to describe your symptoms is just so incredibly important. So I was working with another patient on Friday. What did she say? God, she had this really weird symptom. And she was like, it was like an electrical shooting pain um, down the right side of her bladder. She thought it was the right side of her bladder. But when I asked her, I said, okay, so like put your hand on it. Where is it? Because your bladder is centered over your pubic bone. So you keep saying right side, right side, right side. So I want you to put your hand on where the pain is and tell me where your hand is. And her hand was close to her bladder, but it was also strongly suggestive really of muscle and nerve. And the bladder does not cause electrical pain. The bladder does not cause that shooting pain like sciatica that shoots down your leg. So we sent her to go have a proper pelvic floor assessment. And she said, yeah, she said, I've always believed that my muscles were part of the problem. And I'm like, okay, anytime your pain is always in one location, you gotta look at that location, get your doctor to study that location a little bit more closely to see if we can figure out what could be going on there, right? Kayleen says, I've had an ER doctor ask me if I came in wanting an emergency hysterectomy. Then he told me to go home and deal with the endometriosis pain. What? Let me tell you, we could make a book on all the crazy things that we've been told. Hi, YouTube. YouTube was a little slow this morning. Doris says, first time catching a live from you and all you do. My doctor prescribed me tofranil imipramine for spasms from my urethra. Have you heard of this? It was spasms from my urethra during a flare. Well, imipramine is a low-dose antidepressant. It's not maybe it has smooth muscle relaxing capabilities? That's a little, hold on. All right, why did my mouse stop working on this computer? Is it this mouse? I have 3 different mice. Is it this mouse? Yes, it is that mouse. Okay, hold on. Let me take a look here real quick. Imipramine. Smooth muscle relaxant. Let's see if that is. Imipramine is a tricyclic antidepressant that has been demonstrated to be useful in certain voiding dysfunctions. It has a myorelaxant property. All right. So, Doris, I have to tell you that I did imipramine and nortriptyline. So back in my first year, we did DMSO installations, and then they tried amitriptyline. I remember that was the fall of 1993. Totally messed my heart up. Then they switched me over to imipramine and then nortriptyline, and I couldn't tolerate any of them. They just, between the weight gain and the irritability and the heart irregularities, what I remember about imipramine was that I would go to work and I would be in a staff meeting, and I was a senior manager. I was a fund developer for a nonprofit. It was like everything was in slow motion. I can remember kind of going from the effects of the imipramine. So if you look at our national guidelines for IC, our national guidelines for IC basically want you to try the easy stuff before you try the hard stuff. The problem with the antidepressants is that they have a ton of side effects. And getting to like amitriptyline, for example, they will often start you at 10 milligrams, the lowest dose. but the best results are at 75 milligrams, but getting to 75 is almost impossible for many, many, if not most patients. The side effects are just a tremendous burden. And so it's all about trying to find a dosage that works for you. Um, what we have found to be helpful if we're going kind of, and remember, I'm not a doctor. My job is not to give you medical advice. My job is to educate you, inform you, and then send you back to your doctor. These are the things that we would normally try for a smooth muscle spasms. Chamomile herbal tea, peppermint herbal tea have proven smooth muscle relaxant properties. Aloe. That's just one area where aloe can be a bit on the soothing side. We had a little boy many years ago, 5 years old, and he couldn't describe his pain. All he could say to his mom is, my pee-pee hurts, my pee-pee hurts. And she took him to the doctor, and that's what he said to the doctor. And she was the one who found that it was like Mike's aloe juice actually soothed his urethra to the point that calmed down. Why that happened to him, it's hard to say. He might have been drinking a lot of juice. He might have fallen off a tricycle or jammed his little penis on the bar of a bicycle, something like that, which might have caused that injury. But this is where aloe can be a bit more soothing, is for people, especially men who have urethral pain, but also women for urethral pain. Of course, we also want to consider the pelvic floor muscles, because if those pelvic floor skeletal muscles, which wrap around the urethra, are spasming and causing some of this urethral discomfort, physical therapy could be helpful. We want to consider estrogen atrophy. The urethra is kind of the canary in the coal mine when it comes to estrogen levels, and it's the urethra that will often start screaming in pain as estrogen levels drop. And in that case, doing a topical estrogen cream might be quite helpful for that. I have a really good blog on our website called The 7 Causes of Urethral Pain. You might want to browse through that and see if that might give you a little bit more insight. Something as simple as just simple estrogen atrophy. Hello, Diane Dunn. How are you? Anne says, I saw new pelvic floor therapy. She does not really want to do the internals. What do you think? I think that's a mistake. I think that's an absolute mistake, because what the research shows is myofascial, the massage, is the most effective. So if she doesn't want to go there, then I would probably look for another one. Carolyn says, you've been on topical estrogen cream for 4 weeks, no help. So Carolyn, okay, so this is a really important conversation, because a lot of women stop estrogen after a couple of weeks because they say it's not helping them. So you have to have a credibility check on what the estrogen cream is meant to do. This is about the quality and health of your skin. Remember that your bladder and your urethra and your vulva and your vagina are wet. They have a thick coating of mucus. And the purpose of that mucus is to protect skin. As you go on birth control, if you're on Lupron, or as you get older, those estrogen levels drop. I talked with a 90-year-old this week. Oh my God, she was so on. She was amazing. And she was a former nurse, and we just had this excellent scientific discussion. It was fantastic. She was all there. But she did not know the importance of estrogen. And her urethra was driving her crazy. And when I explained that the urethra is wet and the bladder is wet, she really didn't know that. And we've got to get that skin healthy. That made a lot of sense to her. And so when you start estrogen cream, it's not like it's going to turn off your bladder symptoms. It's not. But what it is going to do is start to get this skin healthier and healthier and healthier. You know, if you put a raisin in a glass of water, it plumps up. Well, if you put dry cells of the urethra and of the vulva with estrogen, the same thing happens. They plump up. So the quality and health of your skin is essential for your urinary health. Hello, Donna. How are you? Doris says, I was a little concerned. He did order a low dose of 25 milligrams twice a day. In the IC Survival Guide by Robert Moldwin, he talked about patients who were very, 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 very sensitive to low dose antidepressants, and literally for some, they had to start with a tiny, tiny dose. And if I remember correctly, now granted, I haven't reread that book in like 20 years. I think what he said is he would have them crush it and then like literally just start with a tiny, tiny amount to get their body used to it. And so 25 milligrams to me, it's a really big dose. That I don't know if, I mean, I'm super sensitive anyway. I'm a redhead, but as I said to my doctor who wanted me to start she wanted me to try different blood pressure med, and she wanted me to start at 10. And I'm like, nope, you're going to give me a pill that I can cut in half. And I did the 5 milligram cut in half, and I was kind of okay. But then when I went up to the 10 milligram whole pill, nope, it was bad. It was bad. That was early last week. All right, so hold on a sec. It's hard, sometimes people don't really understand how sensitive we can be, but gosh, we can be. Okay, so Carolyn, so in what were you hoping your estrogen cream would do? Diane said it took many months for me, probably the most beneficial after 4 to 6 months, and even more benefit at a year. Kayleen says, if the reason isn't severe pain or chronic vagina or bladder infections, there's no excuse. Sue says, I've seen 3 different pelvic floor therapists in the last 5 years. All are not created equal, but they all did internal. You have to find one that is trained. Or you're not seeing the right physical therapist. Hold on. Pelvic floor therapists. Okay, hold on a sec. You have to find the right one that is trained for that. I think it just keeps moving. So stop moving, because Sue is offering wise wisdom here. You have to find the one that is trained for that, or you're not seeing the right pelvic floor therapist. Usually we all need a tune-up if we do have pelvic floor dysfunction. So if you don't think you're getting what you are needing, out of the one you're saying, I'm glad that I tried different ones now that I know who I want to go to when I have something I need to address. Okay. Carolyn, to take away my inflammation feeling. Carolyn, where is the inflammation? Is it on your vulva, in your urethra, or in your bladder? Marlia says, my doctor wants me to drink 80 ounces of water a day. No way can I hold that much without having to live on the toilet. She said, consider taking Gemesta so that I won't have to pee. Well, why would I want to do that and hold water in my bladder? I'm not willing. Besides, I'm sensitive to drugs, and I always thought it may raise blood pressure. Any thoughts? Well, Marlia, the proof is in your urine. If your urine is dark yellow or brown, you're dehydrated and need to drink water. If your urine is clear, you're drinking too much water. If your urine is pale yellow, you're perfect. Some patients stop drinking water under the mistaken belief that it will make them pee less. And unfortunately, what happens is when you deliberately hold back your water, your urine gets super, super concentrated and a lot more irritating. So you gotta, I will usually drink 2 of this a day. And I just, I look at my skin. Now see, I did a big walk, and so I'm a little dehydrated, which means I need to drink. Anne says that physical therapy was awful and lazy, then she doesn't deserve your money. She doesn't deserve your money, honey. That's it. And Sue says, sorry for the Sue, now I understand why it was a little bit hard to read your text. But keep going. Don't stop. Mary says, I'm on estradiol. Would it be possible if I could benefit from an estrogen cream with it? Yes. And in fact, transitioning from the oral estradiol to the topical cream is usually what's suggested for patients that are over the age of 60, because it's the oral estrogen that has a greater link to cancer, but topical estrogen is considered much safer. Carolyn said her inflammation is inside. Okay, Carolyn, inside your urethra or inside your bladder? I mean, your vagina. Inside your urethra or inside your vagina? Diane says, my urologist said to drink only when thirsty, that it's a myth. We all need lots of water. If a doctor said to eat all day long, even when we're not hungry, we'd be like, what? I'm doing okay with gym tests and I'm sensitive. Took a couple of weeks for dry mouth and constipation side effects to clear. Okay. Carolyn says, okay, your inflammation is in the vagina. Carolyn, it's important that you understand that our vaginal health changes as we get older. So, and it becomes more conducive to bacterial vaginosis, and that's because the pH changes as our estrogen levels drop, and there's probably another reason why that happens. So I think it would be very, very important for them to do a vaginal swab to see if you happen to have some vaginal bacterial issue going on, bacterial vaginosis going on, or perhaps even candida. Does it flare when you eat sugar? Anytime your symptoms flare with sugar, then we're going to be looking for a fungal infection. Doris says, thanks. I will try the teas and the aloe. I will ask my gyne for the estrogen cream. You're 68 years old. You're a blessing. Thank you, honey. Well, listen, I'm 63, and boy, that estrogen is awfully important. I've been using it now for over 10 years. All right, Carolyn says, I'm red and dry. Bacterial vaginosis was negative. Okay, well, then we know what we're dealing with. We're dealing with dryness. You're going to be one of those patients where it's going to take time. It's going to take, and that's one of the things that happens. Unfortunately, there are some women who they don't understand the importance of the estrogen, and they just walk away from it for many years. And then 10 years later, they're in agony because their skin is so dry. I'm not lying here, guys. I'm very blunt. I will pretty much talk about anything. I have worked with some women in their 80s whose vulvas are like dry potato chips, and they are in agony, absolute agony. The quality and health of your skin matters. Your vulva, your vagina, your urethra, and your bladder are supposed to be moist. Think about how painful dry mouth is. When you have dry mouth, it hurts. What do? You swirl water. Well, dry bladder hurts. Dry urethra hurts. Dry vagina hurts. And so we as women, and for the guys out there, I apologize for talking about this because I know you've got issues too, and I'm happy to take any of your questions too. But for women, there are millions of women who have been told that they have an incurable bladder disease, interstitial cystitis, when they don't. They just have estrogen atrophy. And I'm very invested in wanting them to know that this is not a disease and it's not incurable. Because when you're told you have an incurable disease, you're thinking, oh, that's it. My life is over. Well, baloney, your life isn't over. You got dryness. Let's work on that skin, get that skin as healthy as we can. And then also, the other big issue that we have is that we want a pill. I mean, I've been doing that with my blood pressure thing is so weird. I have a marginal high blood pressure at best, like 140/90 at rest, 135/85. That's where I am. And it's so freaking annoying because some people say, that's fine. Other people say, oh, we want you down in the 120s. It's the silent killer. You're going to die. That's basically what my doctor, the cardiologist says I'm fine. The ER doctor that I saw last year, Jill, you're fine. My doctor says, I want you in the 120s. I can't get into the 120s. I am at 130s now. And I just want to take a pill and make it all go away. But God darn it, I'm so freaking sensitive. I don't tolerate the pills. So I just get out there and I walk and I don't eat salt and I'm just doing the best I can. And I'm taking the one pill I can tolerate. I was at a family party yesterday for my little 2-year-old, a 2-year-old. It's adorable. And I had two had two reactions to it. Number one, I realized I've been starved for family time for the last 4 years. This was the first family party I'd been to since COVID. And it was so nice to actually be with family. It was like, and as I was walking away and I was walking with my sister, it's like, I'm just soaking everything up because my spirit is a dry sponge right now, kind of, sort of, from caring for my parents all that time. So anyway, one of my family members who is younger than me went to the doctor. His blood pressure was 220/160 or 80. And the doctor was stunned and said, you should be in a coma right now. You should be on the floor. And he was up walking. He goes to his doctor the next day, same thing, 220/180. And they went, this is really bad. We got to get you on meds. And thankfully on meds, he's now back normal. But anyway, I divert. Sorry. Karina says, thank you, Jill. You're the reason I found things that made me feel normal again. Carolyn says, I'm keeping at it. Diane says, or Marlia says, thanks. I'm already tend to be constipated, so I can't take that. And I have Sjogren's and my mouth is like a desert. Yes. If your mouth is like a desert, the odds are you're not going to tolerate the antidepressants well. There are some good dry mouth products. Biotine. I really liked Biotine mouth rinse, the Biotine mouth gel. They have an oral gel that kind of tastes like bubble gum. And I really like their gum. There are a couple of gums, but you know what I use now for dry mouth? You should get this. Xylomelt. Can you see that? Is it focused? Okay, Xylomelt. So this is a little right? It's just a little pill. And it's concave on the bottom. So it's not flat on the bottom. So you can just put it on the inside of your lip and it will help you produce mucus for an hour or longer. So, and listen, with all the talking that I do, oh, some days I talk all day. It's crazy. So, you guys give me 1 sec. I have something in the oven I got to take out. I'll be right back. Hold on. All right, all is well. All is well. What's in the Xylomelts? The Xylomelts are xylitol. And so it's xylitol, acacia gum, a little tiny bit of cellulose, magnesium, natural mint, sodium bicarbonate, which is great, and calcium carbonate. So just the thing you need to know about about xylitol in general is that everybody has their own tolerance level. So, and it's kind of hard to predict what your tolerance level is. So, um, you can handle a certain amount, and then when you go over that certain amount, it will give you a loose bowel. Now, I consider that kind of a beneficial side effect um, uh, uh, of Xylomelts. If I'm feeling like I need just a little bit of help down there, sucking on a couple of extra Xylomelts works for me. It does not cause gas or bloating. I have not found that it causes gas or bloating for me at all. Mary says she cannot tolerate xylitol. Marlia says Xylomelts burn my tongue terribly. That's interesting. Is it this brand? This is by a company called Oracoat. These are called stick-on melts for moisturizing mild mint flavor. Maybe it's the mint, hun. Maybe it's the mint that's burning your tongue. Sue says, where do I get the Xylomelts? I get them from Amazon. And these are big. How many are in this one? This is like $30, but there's 100. And you only use 1 or 2 a day, so it'll last for a couple of months. So Marlia says, yes, it's the mint that's burning. Yeah, some people are mint intolerant. Doris here on YouTube says, with the aloe, is it a cream for topical use or some kind of oral aloe? It's the one that we suggest is called Aloe Path. Let me get it for you. Oh, and guys, just so you know, we're sold out of Peoria right now, but we will have it late next week. Okay, Aloe Path. The reason why we support this one now, because we sold the other aloes for many, many years in the IC network stop, it is that once we got the research on PEA that showed that it was so good at calming nerves down. I mean, the IC study with PEA was astonishing. 87% of IC patients reported a significant reduction in their pain with palmitoyl ethanolamide, which is a simple over-the-counter supplement that is an endocannabinoid, has an endocannabinoid effect. So when that study came out in 2019, it's like, okay, so why don't we enhance the soothing effect of aloe by combining it with PEA? And so this is when we decided that this was going to be the aloe that I was going to suggest. So Aloe Path. Diane said, where do you get the Oracoats? I get it on Amazon. I can get, I can give you a link if you guys want it. Here, hold on. It is $30, but it is worth it, in my opinion. I got to say, my streaming computer is being very annoying today. It is not a happy computer. Both of my computers here are not happy. They're too old. Let me, XYLIMELTS. Okay, that's it right there. And I can give you a link. This computer is being funky. All right, so for those of you on Facebook, there's the link to that. Dora says, okay, yes, please, for which, Donna? And Dora says, oh, I got it from your site, but stopped using it when I was not flaring. I will go back. I should use it continuously. It's just, it's what works for you, hon. It's what works for you. If you feel good on it, maybe, just taking one a day. If that is a good maintenance dose for you, fine. If you want to stop and start it, that's fine too. It's just about finding what works with your body. Hello, Lorettaly. Guys, I am hyper right now. I am like totally hyper. You know why? Because I just had a great morning. I feel really good. Loretta says, regarding your BP, mine is now down to 130/80. And my cardio is now happy. You have to factor in age. And for years, doctors driving me crazy with 120/70, and it's not realistic. Some doctors won't let go of the 120/70, while others believe 130/80 is fine, just no higher. And if you obsess over your blood pressure, it may very well keep it is. That's the problem. That's absolutely the problem. Is it just annoys me now. I think at any given moment on any given day, I'm where you are. I'm probably at the 130/85, somewhere in there. But you just mentioned blood pressure, and I have a crazy stress reaction to it right now. See, my mouse on this computer keeps disconnecting, and I don't know why. See, all is not well on my streaming computer. Can a person have a UTI without having typical UTI symptoms, but just having an overall feeling of unwell? Asking for my mother, who has a stray of them since cancer. Yeah, and in fact, the 90-year-old that I was working with, Sue, has had several UTIs. She had no urinary symptoms at all. I think that happens with aging, with really severe aging. That's when you have to look for other symptoms like confusion, stuff like that. Cindy said, is 1,000 milligrams of pumpkin seed oil safe with other meds? I have Hunner's and pudendal neuralgia. I don't know. It wouldn't be what we would suggest for Hunner's lesions or pudendal neuralgia. Pumpkin seed, I remember when the first pumpkin seed oil study was presented at AUA probably 15 years ago, and it's for men with prostatitis. I don't think we have any data with pumpkin seed oil and IC, but we can look. Let me see if we do. I mean, I read a lot of research, but I don't read it all. Let's see if there's any research. Well, some patients are saying it is helping them. I see one study with overactive bladder that it can positively affect bladder muscle function, reducing urgency and frequency of urination. And I've got somebody here on the IC Network forum who says, in the short time, I've noticed a 30% reduction in burning urethral pain and frequency. And yet here's somebody else who said, I've used it for nighttime frequency and can't tell any difference. Here, hold on one more sec. Overactive bladder research more than IC research. Angie said, my blood pressure has been getting very low. Doctor doesn't seem concerned about it. It makes me so tired. I just have to lay down. It's always something. I know. Life. And I'm going to, the one thing I told myself every day this week I was going to do it, and I haven't done it yet, is I've got these fabulous guided relaxation audio on the IC Network website. I mean, like 10-minute guided relaxations. These were developed by Beaumont Health, and they've been studied with IC research and proven effective. So if we can just spend 10 minutes a day just relaxing our body, relaxing our muscles, that would also help blood pressure too, I think. Carolyn says, what is pudendal neuralgia? Pudendal neuralgia is when you have muscles that are so tight they're squeezing nerves. So these patients have positional symptoms. They're fine when they stand, but when they sit down, it hurts. Or when they bend over, it hurts. Or they might feel numbness or buzzing or sitting like you're sitting on a cell phone on vibrate. So anytime symptoms are very positional in nature, where you have pain when you sit down that gets better when you stand up, that is not your bladder. That is muscles and nerves. Loretta says, I call it bullying by doctors regarding blood pressure that simply doesn't help us. I basically told my doctor to lay off. It has helped tremendously. Yeah. I have cried over this many times in the last year because my stress level was just so high. Sue says, Jill, just to let you know, Beaumont is now Corewell Health. It's connected with what used to be the Spectrum Butterworth Hospital. I don't know why they changed their name, but they did. Yeah, I just don't remember. I'm always going to remember them as Beaumont, not as Corewell. Well, I was going to wear a costume, but I just ran out of time. And I wasn't sure if you'd take me seriously if I was wearing a costume. But I do have my wings. This is one of my costumes for Halloween because I happen to love Halloween. And they blink. See that? So I hope that you get to enjoy Halloween. It's okay. We can be kids one day. I think one of the tragedies of getting older, like there was a lady in my local store who was wearing a beautiful ball gown on Friday. And she was walking around just looking very, very uncomfortable. And I just went up to her and I said, "You're beautiful. Enjoy it." And she said, "I know, but it's awkward." And I said, "It's okay if it's awkward, honey. You're beautiful. Enjoy every moment of your costume." She says, "I'm glad they're connected because Dr. Peters is in Detroit and all my other doctors are here in Grand Rapids, which is Spectrum Health. So it will make my life a bit easier." Good. Marlia says, "I found 96% organic pure aloe gel. Do you think it would be safe to use on the vulva?" Well, you have to look at what stabilizes it. Look at the ingredients. Listen, if you've got super, super, super dry skin and that aloe gel has citric acid in it, it might burn. So you're not going to know it until you try it. Aloe is certainly not going to be as good as estrogen because estrogen basically nourishes the skin. All aloe is going to do is soothe it. Loretta says, "Love your wings. Butterflies are free. Your pumpkin top is so pretty." Thank you. Sandy says, "Thanks for not giving up on it." Never, 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 never. You guys know what I mean when I say you feel so isolated when you have pain like this and when you have something like this. And that you're at home, we are at home or we were at home, just trying not to not be in pain, kind of watching life go by. And I think it's very important that we not start thinking that we don't deserve that because we can participate. I got to tell you, I was having a pelvic floor flare for 3 days. And I could tell by how I was peeing. I was not peeing normally. And so um, Friday, I did my internal work and it went away. I woke up yesterday morning and I knew I had this party to go to, and it was back. And I did my internal work again, and I got my muscles calmed down, but they were hurting a bit. And I was thinking, "Oh, I don't know if I really want to take this car ride." And I'm like, damn it, I am going to be normal again. I want to socialize. And so um, I got in the car. And by the time I got to the other end and I was socializing with people, I didn't even notice it. I don't even notice it now. It's gone now. So don't let this stop you. We are not less worthy. We deserve love. We deserve kindness. We deserve good holidays. We deserve friends. We deserve family. We deserve events. Yes, that means we have to get a little more creative sometimes, but don't you dare give up on life. You are important. There is only one you. You are here for a reason. The world needs you. Your family and your friends need you. And again, for those of you who came in yet late, I gotta tell you, I have been listening to Arnold Schwarzenegger's book, Be Useful, on audio. It's great. It's kind of like Joel Osteen, but without the religion. But it's so encouraging. It's so encouraging and inspiring. And it asks you to think about what is your dream? What is your dream? And you know, my dream was to bring support to people at home. You know, I had this idea. Everybody laughed at me 30 years ago, but I'm going to build the first online support group for IC. And when I had critics and I had people saying it was a stupid idea, I was like, I don't care what you believe. I'm going to give it a shot. I think it's going to work. And it worked. And that was my dream. And so he was saying, well, what's your next dream? And I'm like, I don't know what my next dream is. Like, oh, I don't know. Like, I love art. I wouldn't mind being an artist. My one dream is to have a patent. I have an idea on something I'd like to invent. You know, but basically what he's saying in this book is believe in yourself and believe that there are things here that only you can do, and give yourself a goal, and then in small steps work towards that goal. And he was saying, listen, if you only have a spare hour a day to do something that will help you along in that goal, use that hour constructively. Just go for it. Don't read the internet, which is so freaking negative. That was my takeaway from this morning as I was walking around the lake listening to him. He said, I'm not interested in people's negativity. I'm not going to read it. And it said, you look at the internet and you look at the news, what do we click on? We click on the scary things. He's like, that doesn't help me. I'm not going to keep looking and obsessing over the scary things. I'm going to be focusing on things that will help me on my journey of trying to be useful and helping other people. Gosh, I got to say, I'm loving what I hear. All right. Kayleen, I'm getting a trigger injection, an L4, L5 steroid injection at the same time on November 8th. I start working again on Tuesday. I'm kind of nervous about the belly pain and nausea every single morning. I'm waiting for pelvic floor physical therapy referral. GI and pelvic pain are becoming too much. Well, I've had 2 injections at L4, L5, super easy. I was worried about it. I couldn't believe how easy it was. You just lay on your belly, and they might use an X-ray to figure out where they're working, and then in the end, it's just like a snap, and it was done and over. Generally, they don't want you to drive home, or they want you to have. No, that's not true. They want you to have somebody with you in case the shot numbs one of the nerves that help you walk. And that never happened. Super easy. And that physical therapy referral, girl, that's going to be your work. And you got this. You got this. Angie says, you look good in orange. I love it. I was looking for Halloween stuff today, and I remembered I had this in my closet. You can see I've got my Halloween decorations out. I've got lots of cute Halloween decorations. Diane says, good news. My hysteroscopy showed no cancer or atypical endometrial tissue. Woohoo, Diane. Yes. I'm having more bladder and pelvic pain after this and the removal of the polyps. Do you think this will get better as I heal? Yes, honey. Yes. I read it takes 2 weeks to heal, and that's a little over a week. Girl, fantastic news. Let's celebrate this news for Diane. Excellent. Well done, girl. Well done. And now, aren't you glad you had it done? Because now you know you don't need to worry. Marlia says, no citric acid in the aloe gel, just thinking in between estradiol days for that dry sensation that I have also in my rectum after I sit, I feel so dry. Okay, so I was up at our warehouse yesterday, because that's where the family party was, because the IC Network store lives up on my sister's ranch. We have a building on the ranch where we keep all of our IC Network stuff. So, Marlia, I talk about V Magic all the time. Well, they've given it a new name. It's called Vulva Balm. And it says V Magic organic formulation hydrates and soothes the vulva. And so the challenge, Marlia, the reason why I think this would be better than the aloe is because the mucosal layer on your vulva is hydrophobic. It is supposed to push water away. It is what's the other word for it? It's definitely hydrophobic. It's a lipid layer. So it really has an oil base. And so the challenge with aloe is it's water soluble. So I really don't think the aloe is going to give you what you need. Oh, this is cool. So it's also got a new bottle. Let's open it up. Oh, if I can't open it up. There we go. All right. So new bottle of V Magic Vulva Balm. There you go. So let's try it out. This is exactly the texture you want. This is about as close as you're going to ever get to the texture of natural mucus. This is great. So yeah, I would, for those off days, I would not use aloe unless you're just trying to soothe the tissue because it's stinging. But if we're trying to really protect that tissue, you want to go with something like this instead. And it has 0 hormones, 0 phthalates, 0 parabens, 0 fragrance, 0 petrolatum, Vaseline, 0 dyes, 0 soy, and 0 irritation. So this is Vulva Balm. I don't have the new images on our website yet. In the IC Network shop, it's under feminine supplies, and it's called V Magic. And I think we still have, where is it? Oh, here it is. This is the old bottle. And so I think we still have a couple of these in our shop that we're going to ship out before we ship out the new ones. All right. So old, new. Good stuff. Very good stuff. Lots and lots of patients. Lots and lots of women who are dry use these. It's affordable. It's just good stuff. And it'll last a long time. Hello, Margie. Margie says, bladder is fine, no infection, a little inflammation, doing steroids every other day, but you're in awful pain. It's the same thing, Sue. It's exactly the same thing, same product. Okay, so Margie, if your bladder is fine and they've done the cultures and everything, then, and you're still in severe pain, then maybe it's not your bladder, honey. Maybe it's your pelvic floor. Maybe it's your pelvic floor muscles. Maybe it's a nerve. Can you tell us a little bit more about your pain? Like, is it pain on the outside of your body or on the inside? So is it on your skin on the outside or is it on the inside? And if it's on the inside, is it in your urethra or in your bladder or in your vagina? That's where we want to start. So tell us a little bit more about your pain so we can try to help a little bit more, okay? Let's see. Kayleen said, I had L4, L5 back in June. That's the easy part. I'm nervous about the trigger point injection on what they thought was the umbilical hernia. Oh, yeah, that's right. I don't see a plastic surgeon until January 15th. The slightest touch to the tissue, and it either makes me nauseous or shoots a bunch of pain. They told me to take 4 milligrams of Valium, and you couldn't pay me enough to drive to Chicago. So, Kayleen, I think most of our people know, because the people who've been here regularly know the challenges that you've had. She has a painful bump on her belly that they thought was a hernia, but they went in and looked, and it's actually not a hernia. So, what did they say it was? Did they think it was a? If it were a lipoma, it wouldn't hurt. Refresh my memory, Kayleen. What did they think that bump is now? Marlia says, I have V-Magic already, but not that balm. Is the balm have different ingredients? I don't think so, but let me look. Hold on a sec. Okay, ingredients. Let me compare them side by side. Okay, now it just lost the connection to my keyboard. And my streaming computer is not happy. Ingredients for both. Number one, organic extra virgin virgin Olea Europea olive oil. The next one, organic extra virgin avocado oil. The next one, organic sea buckthorn, identical. Oh, actually, wait a second. It has a little bit more sea buckthorn, and then organic beeswax, honey, and propolis. So the new one has more sea buckthorn, and that makes sense because sea buckthorn can be very calming and soothing. So it is the same ingredients, but they've just increased the sea buckthorn just a little bit. Danielle says, I have a lump the size of a golf ball inside my sternum. Danielle, what is that? What do they think that is? So Margie on YouTube, can you tell us a little bit more about your pain? And for you guys with YouTube, you have a 5-second delay between postings. We always have to put a delay on YouTube because they're a problem. They're a problem, people. Danielle, is that lump painful to touch? Because it might just be a lipoma, just a little dollop of fat that collects in one spot. It's like a bone. All right, now my mouse has stopped working on this computer. Oh, I'm screwed. No. Okay, I know you can see me. Can you guys still hear me on Facebook? For those of you on Facebook, can somebody please write in there? My mouse is stopped. Okay, now it's back. The Bluetooth keeps disconnecting my keyboard and mouse. Kayleen said, the general surgeon said it's scar tissue from your first endometriosis lap. He said, OBGYN had no right to cut into my umbilical account since I've lost 65 pounds. The scar tissue isn't cushioned. It's going to be risky when they try to remove it. Okay. And Mary can see it. All right. Thank you, guys. Yeah, my mouse I got no mouse on my Facebook computer now, so I'm not going to be able to. Oh, shoot. How about you guys on YouTube? You're okay, right? Maybe we're just going to put it up to a Halloween spirit. What do you say, Danielle? I'm really funny now because if something doesn't work right away, instead of just hammering it over and over and making myself frustrated, I just usually say, that's just my guardian angel or my spirit saying, we don't want you to do this right now. There's something else we need you to look at. Thank you, Danielle. Mary says, can you ask thoughts on PCR testing, controversy sounding whether these are actually accurate and show causation? So the PCR testing, and Mary says, I've had results that don't make sense. Okay. This is a great question. DNA tests are absolutely the future of urine testing. And let me tell you why. So here you've got all the symptoms of a UTI: frequency, urgency, pressure, pain. But they do a urine culture and nothing grows. Well, you have to understand what a urine culture does. Culture, grow. What they try to do is they try to grow bacteria out using what we call an agar plate or a nutritional plate. So there's a petri dish that's about this big. We fill it up with the equivalent of nutritional jello. It gets firm, and then they put urine on it, and then they wait 24 hours to see what's going to grow. And okay, and so the flaw with this technique is only those bacteria that eat that specific food will grow. It will not grow out any of the other bacteria out there. And one of the new findings we have with next generation testing is an overabundance of lactobacillus iners, which is a bad lactobacillus, which is a harmful lactobacillus in some patients who have pain on bladder fill. They didn't even know about lactobacillus iners more than 5 years ago because it never grew out on culture until they added blood to the culture. When they added blood, this brand new bacteria grew out. And it turns out the lactobacillus iners is actually a pretty bad lactobacillus that is associated with a poor outcome. So that's a perfect example of why urine cultures are flawed. So our option then is to look for DNA. And we would do that with PCR testing next generation DNA urine testing, same thing. And so instead of trying to grow anything out, what they do is they just analyze DNA. They look for fragments of DNA, and then they compare the DNA they find with these massive databases at the National Institutes of Health or the Center for Disease Control, and they can identify the bacteria based upon what the DNA looks like. And so, if I remember correctly, there was one study that said that a urine culture has the potential of missing 95% of the potential pathogens. And as I was explaining when I started this meeting, our very interesting case this week was a woman who had aspergillus, a fungus in her urine that they found with next generation testing that urine cultures did not find. And aspergillus it can be a very, very deadly fungal infection in the human body. And so the challenge so if for anybody who wants to learn about this, I built a website on it. It's bladderhealth.org. Bladderhealth.org. And I work with Microgen. Well, we've worked with Microgen for a couple of years. And the reason why is because scientifically, it makes a lot of sense. I don't know what we're going to do in the future. We're going to have a meeting this week, but there are videos from Microgen on the Bladder Health website where you can see doctors who actually use this to really try to identify very, very fungal infections. I mean, funky, weird infections, bacterial, fungal, etc. So the fundamental flaw, though, is teaching and training doctors how to use it, and how do we interpret the data? Because it shows everything. It shows good bacteria, it shows bad bacteria, and it shows fungus, and it shows antibiotic resistance genes. So it's data. It's just data. It's nothing, and there's a lot of emotion out there about from insurance companies who don't want to pay for it, and this or that, and this or that. I think it's valuable because it's just a new set of eyes looking at your urine to see if there's anything funky in there. I did an interview with Rick, who owns a company, a few years ago. It's in our IC Optimist magazine. And one of the challenges here is, how do we know when to treat? So, for example, I had okay, so actually Mary's making a good point. The problem is I keep getting different bacteria on PCR, but no antibiotics are really helping long term. The London group thinks they can't pinpoint causative bacteria as the bladder isn't sterile. What? That doesn't make sense. Of course the bladder is not sterile. And I can't read the rest of it because I've lost my mouse on this computer. I'm sorry. So let me tell you when I did it. I'll tell you exactly. I've done it twice. I did it the first time just because I wanted to see what the process was so that I could explain to you guys what the process was. I did it the second time because my urine was cloudy. It was after my hysterectomy. And my urine was substantially cloudy, but I wasn't having bladder symptoms. But it didn't look like my urine was normal. And so I'm like, okay, I think something funky could be going on here. Let's go do a next gen test. And what it showed was that I had a 3% E. coli. It found 3% of E. coli. So the question then becomes, do you treat that? That's a tiny infection, or is that basically normal in your biome? And so I asked Rick that. I said, okay, this is the challenge here is we don't know when to treat or not treat based upon this data. And he said, well, you have to combine it with your symptoms because it's true. Everybody has a different biome. And it might be true that your biome that it finds is normal. The question is, Are you having symptoms combined with, does this chest find anything funky? And he said, Jill, you made exactly the right decision. You did not have urinary symptoms. Yes, it found 3% E. coli, but you're asymptomatic. So that means that there's probably nothing going on in your bladder that's worrisome. And the cloudiness eventually resolved. So again, what he said is you don't just treat based upon what you find. You have to combine that data with what is the patient's symptoms. If you've got a patient screaming in pain and your test comes back with Provotella and this and that, Klebsiella, whatever, then hell yeah, you want to make sure you treat that because that test has identified potential pathogens. But if that patient is not actively symptomatic, maybe you don't have to treat and destroy the entire biome. Here, hold on. Somebody, uh, hold on. This is business, actually. Hold on. All right. Mary said, they say the bladder has lots of bacteria. The bladder does have lots of bacteria, no doubt about that. PCR will pick up a bunch, but they are normally in there. Absolutely. But at least it tells you what's in there. She said she had negative cultures 2 years ago, multiple negative cultures, and microgen found 85% E. coli. Can you believe I suffered that long? Still suffering now because it's gone and I have another one. So Mary, the other thing you need to think about is why are you more vulnerable to infection right now? The infection is a symptom, it's not necessarily the cause. One of the reasons why women struggle with recurring UTI as they get older is because of estrogen atrophy. In that research, what they find, they usually find the pathogen living happily in the vagina about 24 hours before it arrives in the bladder. So that then led the researchers to ask, well, what's happened to our vaginal defenses? Why has the vagina become a safe haven for bacteria? And the answer goes right back to estrogen atrophy. And so until we get that skin healthier with more mucus, you're going to be a lot more vulnerable to infection. Mary says atrophy probably, but estrogen all burned me. But honey, of course, anything you put on dry skin is going to burn. Any estrogen you try at first, especially if you're really dry, it's going to burn because your skin is wide open. Basically, the cells, everything is exposed. You have to ride through the burn. It usually takes 10 days to 2 weeks for the burning to go away. And that's a mistake that many IC patients make, or many estrogen atrophy patients make, is they try the estrogen once or twice or even a week, and it burns like heck. And they're going, I'm not going to do that. It burns. You say you couldn't cope with it. Well, the other thing too is you could be burning based upon the base. If you were using Premarin has alcohol in it that could burn. That's why I get my estrogen cream from the Women's International Pharmacy, because they work with patients who really struggle with chemical sensitivity. And so if the cream base doesn't work for you, they can put it in an oil base. They can put it in an olive oil base, something that will be a lot more soothing. But you're paying a terrible price right now because you're struggling with recurring UTI. And we've got to get that skin healthy. And so, again, look at the cream. Maybe it was something in the cream itself that you were very, very sensitive to. And working with a compounding pharmacy like the Women's International Pharmacy might be very, very helpful. I'm getting back to Margie on YouTube. Margie, I don't know if you're still watching or not. Steroids are not recommended for bladder pain. They're specifically not recommended. They do not recommend any long-term steroid therapy. Mary says you tried a bunch. Maybe you should try an oil. Have you heard of Intrarosa? You can try Intrarosa. It would be better than not doing anything. But trying the oil would be reasonable too. I mean, at least give the Women's International Pharmacy a call. Listen, they don't pay me. I have no relationship with them at all. My doctor is the one who said, I want you to use them because you're so sensitive. You can call and talk to a pharmacist and explain how sensitive you are and see what options they have. Because they will have a lot of options for you. And I have found them to be very affordable also. You're in Canada. I think that's not here. Well, then a compounding pharmacy. A compounding pharmacy is a pharmacy that has another license which allows them to make custom medications for patients. And the challenge with Canada is that the Premarin, that industry, is centered in Canada, and so a lot of people just want to give you Premarin, and Premarin is probably the most notorious for causing unnecessary burning. And you really just have to call and call and call until you can find a pharmacy that's willing to try to work with you. I don't know if the Women's International Pharmacy would ship to Canada. I have no idea. You could call them and ask. But there's got to be compounding pharmacies in Canada. Let's see. Oh, yeah, definitely. There are compounding pharmacies in Canada. A bunch came right up. And there's an association of compounding pharmacists of Canada as well. Good. So is anybody doing anything fun for Halloween? We don't get a lot of trick-or-treaters anymore. That's a challenge as the neighborhoods get older and the young families end up going somewhere else. I love to go out and walk and watch the trick-or-treaters. Halloween's when I was a kid were just so wonderful. Best memories of all. Mary, no, it's fine. There's no problem. You can ask any question you want. That's why I'm here. I'm here because I want to ask questions. So give me your questions, guys. Give me your questions. If anybody wants to go into Zoom, we can go into Zoom. Diane said it's going to be cold here in Minnesota, only in the 30s and down in the upper teens that night. Yeah, you know what? It's gotten really cold here too. And oh my goodness, my house is so cold. My PG&E bill last January was $930 for 1 month because my dad kept turning the furnace up to 70, even 73. And Adora says, my neighborhood, mostly retired folks, not doing anything for Halloween. Yeah. Well, that's why I decorate. I decorate for me. These are actually, I keep them inside of my house. I don't even put them out. Well, I've got pumpkins out there too, but anyway, what was I saying? Oh, $930 for 1 month power bill. Can you believe it? So I have been very, very determined since May to get my power bill down. So my last power bill was $90. But I have my furnace at 64 and it's cold. And I have to get we have single pane windows, like, there's a window here and there's a window there. This is the only room with 2 windows, and, I can really feel the cold air coming in, so I have been saving so that I could get, I got double pane windows coming in, early December. I have placed the order and signed the contract for new windows, and I've been ordering a lot of Polar fleece. Here, I'll get what I just here, hold on. And, the problem is that when you've got super sensitive skin, like, we can't wear wool, and sweatshirts that pill on the inside are like wearing sandpaper. It has to be soft. So I just got these. So it's a super soft polyester. So I think I'm going to be able to wear these okay. So this is from Land's End. So I got purple and I got light blue. Because that's been cold and I've been going to bed with a heating pad. Sue says, we get 200 kids here, but we're going to go spend out spend out with your grandchildren. But it used to be a lot of fun when my kids were home and all their friends would come over. I know, I miss that so much. The perfect man for me is a man who loves to decorate for Halloween and the Christmas outside. It makes me happy. I just love moving stuff around and decorating. I just love it. I've got programmable, you can't see them up there. I've got programmable Christmas lights on my home that are app lights. They're called app lights. They don't make them anymore. And there's like 30 different programs. And so far they worked. I just turned them on again. I turned them off after Christmas. And I usually turn them on around Halloween. So they're orange right now. And then I'll go white for Thanksgiving. And then I'll do all the Christmas shows. I just love to decorate. And I know that, people would say, well, why would you decorate if you're single and alone now? And it's like, because I like it. I'm going to do it anyway. And I know my mom from heaven above is saying, you decorate, girl, you decorate. You're good at decorating. You enjoy it. We want you to do it. Share the spirit of the holiday, my daughter. Right, Mom? Yep. Sue says, I don't wear denim jeans. Often, however, I hated they put polyester now in high amount and all the cotton jeans are so scratchy on the inside. And all the cotton jeans that are scratchy on the inside and soft on the outside. Yeah. To me, like the perfect is like 98% cotton, 2% spandex. The old yoga pants, right? These are, stretchy yoga pants. You can find some of these on Amazon, but I don't like that. I don't like that high waist stuff at all. Ugh, yuck. I don't know how anybody can wear high waisted stuff. Diane says, so I totally gave up coffee, even decaf. How long before I feel better? Several weeks. When did you give it up, Diane? Denise says, I'm here in New Jersey. You should see the foliage. We love to decorate too. And now the kids are grown and have grandchildren, but we decorate inside and out every holiday. Excellent, Diane. I love it. Sue says, exactly my favorite blend. Trying to find them. I heard it was because cotton is expensive, but that's what I used to wear when I would ride horses. Exactly. Oh, so let me tell you, I dream about my old boots. Oh my God. Sue rode horses for many years. I rode horses when I was a kid. I and oh, I think about all the clothes I gave away that I would just love to have back now. Like, don't give away your favorite clothes. Keep them. Keep them. Give away the junky stuff. Doris says, I love to decorate for Christmas. When I first moved to this neighborhood, nobody decorated, but now my whole block decorates for Christmas and it's so beautiful. That's awesome. You were the seed that started it. You were the seed that started it all. I think that's fantastic. We have to shine. We got to let our light shine, hun. And listen, our world needs us right now. Sue says you still have them, and I still have my saddle. I still have a dream. Keep that dream, girl. Mary says, I'm scared. What did you replace it with? It is hard to try new things, Mary. I understand. Gay says, I love to decorate. You know what? You know what we should do this year? We should do a Christmas card exchange. Do you guys want to do that? Like, I would love to send you guys Christmas cards. And I would love to receive cards. I just think life is, especially with what's happening in the world today, and especially with more heartbreaking mass shootings, like every day now. There was a Halloween one last night, and then we had the great tragedy in Maine. We have got, I think that the internet has played such a bad role in highlighting all the negativity and encouraging, you got to understand the companies get paid by engagement. How do they get you to engage? By making you upset. Facebook gets paid for that. Google gets paid for that. Instagram, they all get paid by how long they can keep you looking. And so they are financially invested in keeping us upset. And I'm not having it anymore. I'm just not having it anymore. We as a collective community have got to start talking with each other, working with each other, lifting each other up. It doesn't matter what politics you are, what religion you are. We are freaking human beings. And the more we can, I know that sounds trite, but you can see the decline. The more the internet was used, the more people started acting out and the more negativity and stuff happened. I want to be part of the church of kindness. I just want to be kind. I would like people to treat me nicely. When people call the IC network, I don't ask what party you're in. I don't ask what country you live in. I don't ask what your religion is. That's not important. What's important is we as human beings have the ability to help each other and lift each other up. Let's do it. And what's really difficult for me is I have a very dear friend who is Jewish, and he is so angry right now. He's so angry. And I understand why he's angry. I understand why there's anger with every single war. I understand that. I don't know how to reach him. I don't know how to break through that anger. And it's hard because he's a dear, dear friend. Mary says, by the way, I sent you an email to all those old mags. Not sure you got it, but also maybe sending it to you would be expensive. Mary, yeah, I wouldn't be able to send them to you, but I'm happy to send you a couple of email ones if you just email me again. Okay, just email me again. icnetwork@mac.com. I still have some packets of old magazines for anybody who wants them. You know, we had on the IC Network for many, many years, we had a giving campaign for any family that didn't have food for Thanksgiving or didn't have gifts for Christmas. My partner Diane coordinated that, and we usually matched one IC family with another IC family. So one would send something and the other would receive something. And that was absolutely lovely. It was a lovely thing to do. We did that for many, many years. And then Diane passed away, and I couldn't do it because I was just very, very busy. So how would we do this? How would we do this Christmas card campaign? Because how would we do this? Because we don't necessarily want to put our personal snail mail addresses on the internet. How should we do this, guys? We can do it on the IC Network forum because, you know, just remember, just like you have groups on Facebook and in the other areas, the original IC forum lives on our website, IC Network, and I've got well over 50,000 members of our live support group. But our forum is very quiet right now because all the forums are very, very quiet now because, you know, there's a lot out there. We could share addresses there. Let me think about it. We have a little time. Let me think about it. I mean, we could do a special mailing list. Yeah, that would work. Okay, I'll think about it. Give me a week, and I'll have an answer for you next week. Yeah, I think we can do it. We just have to keep everybody's privacy protected. Yeah, so if anybody wants any old back issues of the IC Optimist, our magazine, just send me your snail mail address to icnetwork@mac.com. icnetwork@mac, that's M as in Mary, A as in Apple, C as in Charlie.com. And I've got a few more packets that I can send out. I hate to recycle them. I'd rather send them to somebody that might get a little bit of benefit from one of them. Let me see what else. Hold on a sec. I know that there was one other story that I thought you guys would appreciate. Stacy, so you guys over on the IC Network website, icnetwork.org, we do new articles every week. We have a lot of new articles that if you just come to our website, you can read them. I put them in our once a month newsletter. They go out there too. You can come on over to the IC Network website and sign up for our newsletter. And again, going back to next generation urine testing, bladderhealth.org, go check there to learn more information about that. But for the basic IC stuff, go to icnetwork.org. So our latest article is, can mold toxicity cause IC and urinary symptoms? Absolutely. Stacy did a article on soups to warm you up this winter. Tons of recipes. Wow. 1, 2, 3. Wow. She's probably got 30 or 40 recipes. She's so good. We're so blessed to have Stacy writing for the IC Network. And then mental health strategies for coping with seasonal changes. And this was really good. You know, it's days get get shorter, and we have to go back on. We're going to lose daylight savings times next weekend, which sucks. Um, it is a sad reality that seasonal affective disorder can happen. That we can become more depressed. We can be more anxious, and just not mentally vibrant during the cold winter, summer months. So what can we do about that? What are our options? So seasonal affective disorder is a type of depression triggered by seasonal changes. Its symptoms last 4 to 5 months per year. If you're already struggling with depression, then SAD, they call it SAD, can add to it with colder symptoms, including oversleeping, overeating, weight gain, social withdrawal. SAD, which occurs more often in women than men, usually impacts those living in more northern climates with dramatic weather changes and frequently begins in early adulthood. Isn't that interesting? Well, about 5% of adults in the United States experience SAD. 10 to 20% of US adults have a milder form of the winter blues, and some self-help strategies like the ones that follow can help mitigate these feelings, but seeking advice with your healthcare provider is always a good place to get started. And again, no shame, no blame, honey. We've all been there. Who hasn't? I think it would be very, very hard to find somebody who has not struggled with depression at some point in time, especially during COVID. So number one, get outside. Getting outside doesn't sound that great when it's super cold, but it can be quite helpful because daylight boosts your mood. Exposure to any degree of sunlight increases your vitamin D levels and lowers melatonin. Vitamin D raises your body's serotonin levels, which impacts your mood. And less sunshine in the colder months can lead to a vitamin D deficiency, but getting outside helps to mitigate that. Melatonin, on the other hand, is lowered by exposure to sunlight. Melatonin is the chemical that our bodies make to trigger sleepiness. Okay, number two, eat healthy food. Number three, get into the right mindset by really picking up your physical and social activities. It's hard when it's cold, but this is when having a game night every week. God, I'm dying to join a game group. I want to play board games or games once a week. Is there anybody out there in Sonoma County that wants to play board games? I love playing games. Sue says, we used to ride horses all year, even in winter. I can really tell without the sun how it affects my mood. Yeah, exactly. Stay warm. Research has shown that being cold makes you more depressed. As the weather gets cooler, do your part to stay warm and keep your home's temperature between 64 and 70 degrees if you can afford it. Dress in warm clothing and enjoy hot food and drinks. Yeah, man, this is time to get in and we get to start making this comfort food, the chicken stews, the chicken noodle soups, the pumpkin soup, the butternut squash soup, the beef stews, split pea soup. Oh, split pea soup is so good. Drink plenty of water. Beware of loneliness. Staying social and interacting with friends helps to improve our mental health. Even if you're an introverted homebody, you still have to have connection with others. Plan lunch out with a good friend. Call a family member and chat. Utilize your Zoom and video calling. Being socially isolated increases your risk of depression any time of year. That's a very, very true for me. That's a very, very true for me. That's why when I go out and walk, I say hi to everybody. And today when I was walking, I talked to several groups and said, isn't this the most beautiful day we've had in years? A stunningly beautiful day here in Sonoma County. And start a new hobby. I've just started making stuffed animals again. I love making and customizing animals. In fact, I can even show you the one that I just made for the 2-year-old. Hold on. Oh, it said about fire alert. Okay. We're under another red flag fire alert, but all is well right now. Look at that. That little bunny I just made. That's not really focused. And she's got a little white tail. I just like playing with my hands. Give me color, give me fabric. I just go for it. All right, let's see here. What else did I miss? Write about your feelings. Yeah. You know, it's just so important not to let the anger and the loneliness live here. Yet we have to get it out of our body. You have got to express it. And of course, you can express it with talking with people, but you can also express it in a diary. And the rule is, so when I've gone through periods of severe depression, and I have, believe me, I have, my rule was that I would write 3 pages longhand in my journal right before I went to bed, because I just wanted to empty my brain out so that I could sleep. I didn't want my brain dwelling on whatever happened that day. I just got it out. And then again in the morning, I would do it in the morning. And you don't reread it. It's not about rereading it. In fact, the ideal thing to do is to actually have a once a week burn. Just burn it. Because we don't have to live with these negative, frustrated thoughts. We can let it go. We can absolutely let it go. And so I found that really eased my burden. If first thing in the morning, I just spent 5 minutes and I just wrote out my worries for the day or whatever. And then I was done. Another thing that I found really, really helpful for moments, because I went through a period where I was really angry about all of this in my 20s. Like, why me? Why? Just so angry. And you can't live with the anger either. You just can't do that, because it affects how you're interacting with everybody. And you know what it's like when somebody's angry, people back away. We don't want people to back away from us. We want hugs and love. And so I read a book and it said, okay, you have the right to be angry. Pick a time. You want to be angry every day, that's fine. Between 10 and 10:30 in the morning, that's your angry time. You can take a shower, you can yell, you can beat up pillows, you can go yell when a train goes by. Get it out. But at 10:30, you're done. We go back to not being angry. And the advantage of doing it that way is it kind of shows you how absurd it is. One of the things that people with central sensitization struggle with is catastrophic thinking. Not only do we have anxiety, we have catastrophic thinking. Every other thought is a negative, scary thought. Or ruminating. And I'm a ruminator. And that's where you keep thinking about the same thing for hours. And you keep redoing it in your brain. Should I have done this? Should I have done this? Or for me, it was, again, my blood pressure medication. And it's just so disruptive of what we want to do that day. Every day is a gift. We have to use this day as a gift. We don't want to spend that day living angry about the past. We don't want to spend that day with regrets. We can't change the past. We can't change yesterday. What we have is this very moment. What can we do at this very moment to put our heart in a better place, to put our body in a better place, to put our pelvis in a better place? And it's just so important that we start focusing on what can we do right now to be better. Even if it's something as simple as just opening up the front door and going and standing in the sunshine for 15 minutes, just to lift your vitamin D levels and get better. Or, I'm so much better now that I'm walking. I mean, and Arnold talks about it in his book that he gets his best ideas walking. That was like in chapter 1 of his new book, Be Useful. that it's when you're walking or when you're sitting in the hot tub or whatever that you really let your mind settle down and create and think about stuff and just expand and dream. And anyway, I am just loving his book, Be Useful. I am loving it. Mary says, I had an unnoticed spill of water in my bag when I went to the doctor. Oh, can you please see if you could replace my winter 22 IC Optimist? It's badly damaged. Also, I've tried to get the issues of your newsletter. I've never received any in 3 years. Mary, the e-newsletter is sent by mail. I mean, by email. So if you haven't gotten it, it means we don't have your email correct in our system. So why don't we do this? If you could send me an email, icnetwork@mac.com, I will go look at that database and I will see if you're in the database. I can do that right now because if you're in our database, then our emails are being blocked or put in your spam folder. All right, hold on. Let me check what else did I have going on here? I should be doing a video with each one of these new blogs, shouldn't I? We have a blog on the perfect Halloween treat, pumpkin drop cookies with cream cheese frosting. Oh, my all-time favorite cookie, pumpkin drop cookies. My all-time favorite muffin, pumpkin apple streusel muffins. You've tried to sign up and you don't get it. I get the Optimist and the supplements though. Okay, so can you send me an email right now? IC Network well, okay, wait. If you get our magazine, that means you're in here. So hold on. I can look. Let me look up your subscription real quick. And again, for anybody who likes these meetings and you want to get more information, become a member. You get our magazine. It's a fabulous magazine. Fall one is being typeset right now. That's what I was working on for a couple of weeks. I'm glad I'm done with that. All right, Mary. Okay, so I've got your email right here because we talk all the time on the phone. Okay, so I've got it. So now let me log into my constant contact where we keep our database because we have like 60,000 people in our database or more. No, I don't want to do it that way. Hold on. I have to log in the right way. So I'm just going to search and see if you're in that database. All right, I am in. Yeah. I really like the idea of doing Christmas cards this year. All right, hold on. Let's see if you're in here. You're not in here, honey. So I'm going to add you right now, okay? That's why you didn't get any, because you're actually not in our database. Because their newsletter database is different from our subscriber database. So let me add this contact right now. New contact. I have permission to send email, and that's express permission because you have asked for me to do this. So I'm going to put you on the newsletter mailing list. We have a bunch of different mailing lists. We have our shop mailing list. We have our conference mailing list. We have our diet mailing list, our clinical trial mailing list, our support group leader mailing list. We have a lot of mailing lists here. So I'm going to put you on our regular mailing list, okay? Okay, you should get it now. The next time I send one out, you should get it, okay? And so do I have any Winter 22 magazines? Let me look. Once they're sold out, they are sold out. Product category, magazines by mail. I have it by email, I know, but whether I have a print is another story. Yes, we do have, we have 7 left. We have 7 left in our shop. So pop me an email, because I'm not going to remember this. I want you to pop me an email, and I can see if I can, since you're already a member, I can have Heather pull one out and just mail it to you. Okay, honey? Not a problem. But you gotta email me, because I won't remember this otherwise, because they get very distracted doing these meetings. Wait a second. Oh, okay. So the other really cool thing that Stacey did is 25 hobby ideas you can do sitting down. And I think that we got to get away from the internet. We got to start doing other things. The internet is just not as healthy of a place as it used to be. So it's time to get back into reading, writing, drawing, painting, crafting. I'm doing crafting, puzzles. And also too, for brain development, you got to keep using that brain. If you don't use that brain, you're going to start losing connections. It's very, very important that we keep doing puzzles. If you like doing Sudokus, that would be great. I do the New York Times connections, Wordle, and a spelling thing every night, trying to create words from a specific number of letters. She's got a lot of great ideas in here. A lot of really good ideas in here of things you can do. We've just living on the internet. It's just not healthy. We have to use it for what it is. It's constructive. It should be making our lives better, but we shouldn't be dwelling here. We just shouldn't be dwelling on social media so much anymore. It's just not healthy. All right, guys, I need questions. Any more questions? Any more questions? Have we come to the natural end of the meeting? Kind of looks like it. It kind of looks like it. Here. Loretta said, love your lemon cookie post, but upon looking at the recipe ingredients, I found that it was not too lemon cookie or pumpkin cookie. I don't remember putting lemon cookies up. Mary said, I had a PCR test come back with bacteria this week. Okay, but remember, Mary, you're supposed to have good bacteria. So having bacteria in your bladder is not a bad thing, honey. The question is, did they find a pathogenic bacteria? Bonnie says, if I eat or drink acid, I have frequency. So what does that tell me, Bonnie? What that tells me is that your bladder wall is compromised. So the question now is, why is your bladder more vulnerable? And for many women, it's aging and estrogen atrophy. Think about your bladder for a moment. It's the only organ in the human body designed to hold toxic waste because urine is body waste. Urine contains ammonia and urea. So how can the bladder hold ammonia for hours at a time and not get damaged? I mean, it's really an evolutionary marvel. Well, it turns out that your bladder has a really thick coating of mucus. Your bladder's wet just like your mouth is wet. It's a hollow organ covered with a really thick coating of mucus. And that mucus, known as the glycosaminoglycan layer, is a barrier. It protects skin. It's thick, it's robust. It keeps the irritants in your urine away from the fragile cells of your bladder wall. But unfortunately, that mucus is estrogen dependent. So when you're young and have lots and lots of lots and lots of estrogen, you have lots and lots of mucus. But once you're a certain age and you lose that estrogen, or you're on Lupron, or you've had a total hysterectomy, you don't have the estrogen anymore, which means you don't have the mucus anymore. So your mucosal layer is now thinner and more compromised. Your bladder's ability to protect itself is limited as estrogen levels drop. And so you start to get dry. You don't quite have the barrier like you used to have. So that's often why acidic foods irritate the bladder. And then caffeine is like taking a jackhammer to the nerve. So caffeine can be a problem too. And if you have Hunner's lesions, then you're going to be the most bladder sensitive of everybody because you've got an open wound in your bladder. And so your job is to create an environment that will help that bladder heal. And your job too is to give the bladder what it needs to heal. And often that is just topical estrogen. Or, of course, the problem is that you're never going to have a 20-year-old bladder anymore, even with estrogen. And so doing something that has a coating effect can be helpful. And so that's going to be one of the chondroitin-based supplements like Bladder Builder or Bladder Rest or Cystomend. Those are our top supplements for the bladder wall now. Carolyn says, what are the symptoms of Hunner's lesions? Extreme bladder sensitivity, extreme pain, extreme frequency, extreme urgency. And patients may also notice a lot of blood in their urine. So only 5% of patients have Hunner's lesions, and Hunner's lesions have now been connected to a viral infection. So when you think bladder infection, don't just think about bacteria. You got to think about virus and fungus. Hunner's lesions are very difficult. They don't respond to bladder treatments because bladder treatments won't fix a viral infection, but an antiviral would. So now we have researchers that are testing antiviral meds as a treatment for Hunner's lesions. Getting back to Margie on YouTube. Hey, welcome back, Margie. Your pain is on the inside and causes a problem to the leg. I thought you had gone, hun. So hold on a sec. Is it even going to let me scroll back? It won't even. Okay, so your bladder is fine, no infection, a little inflammation, and your pain is on the inside and causes a problem to the leg. So pain is going to come from three things. It's going to come from the organ itself, or muscles, or nerves. And so what we've got to do now is figure out what that could be. They have told you your bladder is fine. Most patients do have a completely normal bladder. They're gobsmacked. They can have severe symptoms. I had severe symptoms, and yet my cystoscopy showed completely normal bladder. That made no sense to me at first. Makes total sense for me now because I'm a pelvic floor patient. That my pain was being caused by my muscles, not my bladder wall. I have a healthy bladder wall. And so, and you do have trouble peeing. So if you cannot start your stream right away, if you're hesitating 5, 10, 15, 20 seconds before you can relax enough to release urine, that points directly to your muscles as the underlying problem. And every doctor is now supposed to do a pelvic floor assessment at that very first appointment to check your muscles to see if your muscles are healthy. So, it's probably time for you to have a pelvic floor assessment, Margie. There's a fabulous website. I'm going to put it in your chat. It's pelvicrehabilitation.com, and it's a fabulous list of physical therapists around the country who are working with pelvic floors now. You can search it by zip code. So again, if you're not responding to bladder treatments and you're getting worse rather than better, our guidelines say, stop what you're doing, take a step back and revisit the diagnosis. Marlia says, my urologist says to take turmeric for bladder inflammation. Yeah, you can do it. See how you do. I don't think you need to do a lot. I don't know if it's going to bother your bladder or not. You could try a little bit, but turmeric is definitely something that might reduce inflammation. I don't have any research with that, with IC specifically. Bonnie says, don't do caffeine. If I drink baking soda water, it helps soothe my bladder. I take bladder ease 2 times daily. So bladder ease, it's a problem with Bonnie. The problem with bladder ease is it has citrus bioflavonoids in it, which can irritate your bladder. That's why we don't recommend bladder ease for the typical IC patient. I don't know what their market is. What they're trying to sell that product for. And we actually sold it for like 3 months, but nobody bought it. We do better with a chondroitin-based supplement. So that's not bladder ease. That's going to be bladder builder, bladder rest, or Cystomend. And Bonnie, the other thing you got to understand is that baking soda water, it's certainly viable. Tiny bit of baking soda, like a 1/4 teaspoon, a 1/2 teaspoon at the most in a glass of water. The problem with the baking soda is that it's sodium bicarbonate and it could raise your blood pressure. Bonnie says, I do pelvic floor exercises. I have trouble emptying your bladder. Bonnie, what type of pelvic floor exercises are you doing? Are you doing Kegel? Tell us what you're doing. Sue says, girls, don't torture yourself, give up the coffee and the soft drinks and the tomatoes. If you have bladder pain, it's really hard to do. Okay, but it's really worth it. That's very, very true. Also, green tea. You guys, listen, the green tea is just as bad as coffee. Just as bad as coffee. You got to lose the green tea. Especially green tea extracts for weight loss. Please don't do that. Please, please, please don't do that. Brutal. She says, muscles compressing a nerve can cause pain down the leg. I've had that pain. Yeah, that's sciatica. Rachel says, what about men? What's your question about men? Men get IC and pelvic pain too. Remember, we don't think of IC as a bladder disease so much anymore. We think of it as an injury or trauma. That's what our new national guidelines have said for the last 2 years, that there's no bladder disease process happening in the vast majority of IC patients other than patients with Hunner's lesions. The IC actually is neuromuscular in origin for the great majority of us, and that's very, very true for men. The vast majority of men that we work with have pelvic injury, some sort of injury to muscles and or nerves in the pelvis. Usually they were athletes, been in accidents, riding bicycles, motorcycles. If you know any men out there that are struggling and they just don't understand, please have them call me, 1-800-928-7496. I work with men every day. My first support group is filled with men. That's why it became a very strong interest for me. The challenge, the biggest challenge that men have, to be quite honest, is that they do all this in silence. They don't tell anybody, and they are really suffering. I had, for example, a man in my original support group whose doctor told him, so he goes to the doctor for severe bladder pain, and the doctor actually said to him, "Oh, be a man. It's not that bad. Buck up, dude. Don't talk about it. If you talk about it, it'll just make it worse." And for 5 years, this guy did not even tell his wife and family that he was in pain. How cruel can that be, to deny that man an opportunity to receive some extra love and support and comfort from his family during a painful period? And so I got to tell you, men face really significant challenges that many women do not face. Let's see. Here's another true story from my support group. We had a salesman who had IC, and he had to fly around the country, and he had a really bad flare on a plane once, and there was a really long line for the bathroom. And so he went to the flight attendant and said, "Can you please let me into the bathroom? I am in so much pain right now." And the flight attendant looked him up and down, just completely dismissed him and said, "Go to the end of the line." Well, he passed out on the plane. He passed out. Bonnie said you're doing stretches and squats. So Bonnie, you got to be really careful, because there are lots of different muscles in the pelvis. Listen, it's like a three-sided box that's open on the front. So you've got muscles that go from left to right, you've got muscles that go low to high, and you got muscles that go front to back. All right? And the reason why it's so incredibly important to work with a physical therapist is that they've got to identify which muscle group is tight. Because each muscle group is rehabilitated slightly differently. And so one muscle is not the same as another. You might have shallow muscles that might be tight, or you might have deep muscles that you might be tight, or one group on the left side that's normal and the other group on the right side's messed up. And so you really can't fake it. You've got to go have at least once a proper pelvic floor assessment so that you can get a clue as to which muscle group is a problem. The goal with that first appointment is to walk out with the names of the muscles that are messed up. Is it your levator? Is it your piriformis or your obturator? And then hopefully the physical therapist will give you the correct exercises at that first appointment. And please know that it's the internal massage that's absolutely the most effective. And they can teach you how to do the internal massage. That's what I do now, so I don't have to run to the physical therapist when I flare. And then, of course, you can also come to YouTube and you can say, okay, how do I rehabilitate a piriformis on the left side? But you can't fake it. You've got to have somebody actually touch the muscles internally to give you a roadmap on where we're working. Because you might be doing the wrong thing that's making that one muscle worse. And you said, didn't you say that you weren't getting better? If you're not getting better, then we have to assume that there's something holding you back. Hello, Bonnie. Nice to see you, hun. Diane says, is it okay to have a little dark chocolate processed with alkali? Yes. Oh my God. Wait. I got something to share. Hold on. I got the perfect bladder-friendly Halloween coffee. Candy. Oh boy. Okay. So you know that chocolate, like Hershey's Kisses, milk chocolate, something like that. Chocolate is provocative to nerves. Chocolate is well known to be a bit of a trigger. And so if you're going to do if you're going to do a brown chocolate, you want to go for a dark chocolate, a purer chocolate. The cheap chocolate is more provocative and irritating than a good, expensive dark chocolate. Hold on a sec. Sue says, I found a correlation between doing the wrong pelvic floor exercises causing me to spasm and the right ones sometimes sore, but feel more comfortable. Yeah, exactly, Sue. Okay, so last year I found these. These are fantastic. Kit Kat Breaking Bones. So these are Kit Kats made with white chocolate. And you know, half of the joy of getting Halloween candy is that, yeah, you don't give it all away. You have a little bit. So I was thrilled. I've been looking for these for a couple weeks. And finally, when I went to the supermarket the other day, they had it. So Kit Kats made with white chocolate, perfectly bladder friendly. So I'm going to open it so you can see it. Look at that, baby. So good. I'm only allowing myself to have one a day. If I eat it now, then I can't eat it after dinner. And that's the problem because I crave things that are sweet after dinner. Oh gosh, what do I do? Okay, I have to take a bite. Oh, so good. Oh, oh, you guys. It's got a little less than 2% chocolate. So good. Marlia says Reese's peanut butter cup. Make one with white chocolate too. Yes. See, this is the problem. Is that I have no self-control after dinner. Or I used to not have self-control after dinner. I barely eat during the day. I mean, I'll usually eat breakfast. I don't eat lunch. And then I eat more at dinner and I'll make a dinner. But then, gosh, you know, like my brain doesn't turn off until I eat something sweet. And so I've been doing toast with jam, like a piece of Ezekiel bread with jam. And that'll turn off my crave. But this turns off my crave too. We have on the IC Network shop, we've got the best carob candy ever. A Missy J's carob candy, to die for good. So you can eat carob. For those of you who can't eat your chocolate, you might be able to get away with carob. And it's fantastic. It's over in the IC Network shop. It's so good. I cannot bring it home. I cannot stop myself from eating it. I mean, a bag of carob chips. So usually, and if I'm out shopping, like another really good white chocolate candy is at Christmas, and it's white mint flavored white chocolate M&Ms. And so the bag is like this, what is probably like 100 M&Ms or maybe 200 M&Ms. So I'll get a bag, I'll open it in the car, I'll have 5 or 6, and then I throw it away. Because honestly, I have no self-control. Except I'm a lot stronger now. I'm only doing 2 of these. I mean, one little package a day. Oh, so good. So good. Rachel says, does the bladder mucus, hold on a sec. You gotta move that mouth. Rachel says, does the bladder mucus break down in men like women? Not as much, no. Not that I believe so. Of course, as we all get older, tissues definitely start to become more vulnerable. So my dad, we lost him at 100 last May. He had moments of bladder irritation, and so I had to cut way back on acids for him. So we didn't do chili or spaghetti in the last 10 years because it would irritate his bladder. But he did not have infection. He was just very elderly. So, we can't change the march of time. Our bodies change as we get older and get a little bit more vulnerable. Bonnie says, my tongue burns when I eat anything acidic. Is that part of all this? Bonnie, that could mean that you have estrogen atrophy if you're older. All the mucous membranes in your body they're meant to be wet for a reason, to protect the tissue, but that moisture is estrogen dependent. So it's very normal for a woman to start struggling with dry mouth as they get older. And then there's something called burning mouth syndrome, where the nerves in your mouth can become very, very sensitive. And I'm having a moment here about something. I read something about burning tongue. PEA. Okay. So palmitoyl ethanolamide, PEA, has been used in Europe for many, many years for a wide variety of pain conditions, including burning mouth syndrome. So doing something with PEA, it's in the IC Network shop, can be very helpful because I know they have studied this with burning mouth syndrome. But I'm also having a brain moment about burning tongue specifically. Where did I read that? Oh, yeah. It was a symptom of menopause. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Let me verify that. Yeah, postmenopausal burning tongue syndrome. Yep. One of the most annoying oral symptoms in this age group is the burning mouth syndrome, which is defined as an intraoral burning. One study says it affects 18 to 33% of menopausal women. And this is probably one of the reasons why I find this really helpful, the Xylamelts, because it keeps a lot of moisture in there. Carolyn says, oh, wow, my lips have become dry and tight, and I have that feeling like when you have a cold and nothing tastes good. Not sure about that. I am not speaking of dry lips. Hold on. I'll tell you, I carry chapstick every day. I use it many times a day now. I don't know about the feeling like when you have a cold and nothing tastes good. Have you had COVID recently, hun? Have you had COVID? If you've had COVID in the last year, one of the signs of long COVID is, that change in taste and smell. Bonnie says it only happens if I eat something acidic. Yeah, but you got to understand what that means. What that means is that the quality and health of your skin is compromised. It means that your tissues are more vulnerable. Why? Probably because of aging and menopause and the loss of estrogen. I bet it happens when you drink alcohol too. And that crawly skin feeling too, yeah, that can also be a symptom of menopause. Yeah. Hold on. Hold on. Menopause skin sensitivity around 50, the pH level of our skin changes. With this change, skin becomes more sensitive, and women are more likely to develop rashes and easily irritated skin. And if you already suffer with a skin condition such as eczema or rosacea, this could worsen. That skin sensitivity is real. Sue says Sjogren's syndrome can affect your taste and smell too. Not to the same degree, though, I don't think. But I'm no expert at Sjogren. I've read about it, obviously. Carolyn said all these new weird things started for you in March. Did you have COVID last spring or winter, hun? So you had COVID in December of 2022. So it could just be that your estrogen levels dropped to at that point. That straw that broke the camel's back point, where finally now your estrogen levels are so diminished that your nerves are just that much sensitive. Or it could be related to some sort of post-COVID neurosensitivity. But in either of these cases, the PEA is worth trying. Listen, I'm 63 now. It's so weird. And I had my hysterectomy 7 years ago. My skin went bonkers. Absolutely bonkers back then. And I felt like I was being poked by pins. I was going to bed. I'd have a big tub of CeraVe lotion in bed with me. And I just, wherever I felt it, I'd put a big thing of lotion down there. That feeling when your skin is starting to get dry. But it was so bad that some nights I needed pain medicine to fall asleep. It was crazy. And I don't like taking stuff. Listen, I'm a redhead. I don't like taking anything. But it was so bad. I'm like, the PEA research came out, the PEA-IC study. I dove into that, read about 30 studies. And the general consensus among the researchers is it works by calming nerves down. And there were no side effects in the vast majority of those studies. I'm like, and they're basically saying one of the most well-tolerated supplements out there. Very, very tiny side effect profile. And my skin was just so bad. I'm like, all right, I'm going to give it a try. I'm just going to give it a try. And so I started with just one pill or one capsule. And that's what I do with everything. I just take one capsule, wait 24 hours, see how I do. I did okay with one. I did one a day probably for a month. No problems. And then I went to two. But you know what's amazing is I don't have that skin sensitivity anymore. It has calmed all the nerves down in my skin. So instead of having 100 or 200 pokes at night, I might have one every other night. Like right now, I just got a little poke in my left shin or my right shin. So my days were controlled by chasing all these skin symptoms. And the PEA has just changed my life. And I'm so grateful that I've got something now that is very safe, according to the research, very effective. They've tested it with surgical pain, acute pain, chronic pain, burning mouth syndrome, fibromyalgia, and of course, interstitial cystitis. And the IC study showed that 87% of patients got better. And so I took that study to Natural Approach Nutrition. That's a company that makes Bladder Builder and Bladder Rest, and said, hey, can you make us a formula here in the US similar to the formula they used in Europe for the research? He went, yeah. And this is what he made. And it's like literally one of our cheapest supplements. It's under $30. And yet it's probably the most effective for reducing pain and discomfort. So, with all that skin sensitivity, you might as well give it a shot. I got to be honest here. I've had a lot of companies over the years try to buy me and buy my opinion. And I've said no to every single one of them. It's like, if you want me to, sell your product, you got to give me the research to support it. I'm not going to be your experiment. And so it's really, I'm very, very assertive in that. My opinion is not for purchase. I go with the research, and then I also go with what I've tried myself, because I'm IC subtype 3 pelvic floor, IC subtype 5 central sensitization. Sue says, am I always on PEA? No, And that's what I really like about it is I will stop it for a month or two. I stopped it in September. I ran out, and I didn't take it for 4 or 5 weeks, and my nerves stayed calm. They stayed very calm, and then I might have started feeling a little bit more prickling, and so I was like, "All right, try the PEA." This is what I call durable. The way they define this is that it's a durable response. It's a long-term response. Um, but I'm not one of those people who says, "Yeah, the more you take, the better." I don't believe in that at all. I think it's about finding what works for you. Sue says, "How much PEA do you usually take to see benefit if you're sensitive?" I take 2 a night. I take 2 at night before I go to bed. I want to order some and maybe should get 2 bottles. Well, if you've never taken it before, just get 1 bottle because we don't know if your body's going to like it or not. Listen, the vast majority of patients, no problem. But Sue, you're a unique beast. So don't get a bunch to start. Just get 1, see how you do. And then, all the supplements are in big volume discounts. So if you buy 2 or 3, you get 5% off. You get 4 or 5, you get 10%. And if you buy 6 or more, you get 15%. You tried it before, but wasn't consistent, but didn't have any complications. That's good. That's very good. Sandy says she loves decorating too. Yeah. You got all my best right here. These are all my best decorations right here. And I got some right there too. Have you guys seen these before? These are the most adorable collectibles. And they have them for Halloween and they have them for Christmas. I love these. These are the only collectibles that I have. She's so sweet. I mean, come on, guys. Come on. How can you say no to this? Look at that. Look at that sweetie pie. Or the butterfly. I love these. All right. Barney said, not so much with alcohol as spicy food, tomato-based food. Plus, my doc has had me taking bladder ease for a couple of years now. I take pre-leaf before eating anything. The occasional pain I get is usually at night. Feels like menstrual cramps. Heating pads help. Okay, but heat relaxes muscle. And so if heat helps you, then that tells me that your muscles are part of the challenge. So again, going and having that proper pelvic floor assessment to see what role your muscles are playing in your pain is important. And the other thing that the national guidelines say is if you're not getting better, or you're getting worse over time, or if there's just room for improvement, then let's take a step back and reconsider the diagnosis. Did we miss anything, right? Have we missed anything? Like pelvic floor muscle playing a problem, or just the estrogen atrophy playing a problem? We're focusing on trying to identify underlying cause. We don't want you to chase the symptoms with meds. We want to find what's driving the symptoms and work on that so that you're not struggling with your cramping at night, et cetera, et cetera. Right? Rhonda says, hi, Jill, where do I get my decorations? These I got at a local store, but now I just get them from Amazon. And I always buy them on sale for like $15. If you don't buy them on sale, they can be like $30. And they have really cute ones this year. There's squash but I haven't bought any this year. And let's see, where else do I get them? Oh, I have a local nursery that has a great little gift department just down the road. And that's where I got all the pumpkins and the ghost. Cute ghost. And this one is awesome on the front porch at night because it puts up all these lines. So I'll have it on my front porch. And I've got a blow up dragon out there. Carolyn says, I'm seeing a urologist this week. Haven't seen one in years. I'm terrified. Carolyn, don't be terrified, honey. Number one, you're the boss. You pay them. They don't pay you. You're the boss. You're going because you want a new look at your symptoms. You're going to get a fresh opinion on what could be driving your symptoms. You're walking in a position of power, girl. And by coming to this meeting and by reading our website and looking at all the new information like phenotyping, you will now be able to ask very specific questions like, number one is, how is my skin? Do I have signs of estrogen atrophy there? If I do, so I want you to look at my skin and tell me if you think that could be playing a role in my symptoms. Number two, I want you to check my muscles. Could tight muscles be driving some of these symptoms? And they would look at your skin and check your muscles anyway. So this is a great opportunity to get really good information. And of course, they're probably going to want a history. And, I always say, I don't want you to walk in and burst into tears and say you have IC. That's not useful. You got to walk in prepared to discuss your symptoms. You got to be blunt and direct. Doc, here's the deal. I haven't slept through the night in 5 years. I get up 5 times a night. I would like to know why. Or, Doc, it's very strange, but whenever I have sex, it hurts and I have a flare. I'd like to know why. Could that be my pelvic floor? Or, I've got frequency urgency. It's not that bad, but gosh, whenever I sit down, it really hurts. Could you help me try to figure out what that is? And kind of the devil is in the details here, in the sense that your ability to describe the weird symptoms. One of the classic mistakes patients make is they go, oh, I just have pain down there. It's like, okay, where down there? Well, down there. And it's like, okay, I need more information than that. Where? Well, I don't know. It's just down there. Okay, that's not helpful. And I gave a presentation to a group of doctors a couple of weeks ago where I said, you've got to give these patients more information. And a good way to ask is, okay, is the pain on the outside or on the inside of your body? Can you touch the pain where it hurts with your finger? If you can, that means it's probably on the outside. You'd be amazed by the number of IC patients who explain that their pain is on the outside. And that, of course, is estrogen atrophy. But if the pain is on the inside, then the next question is, okay, where on the inside? Is it in your urethra? Is it in your bladder? Or is it in your vagina? Or is it in your rectum? You have to be able to separate those because they're all treated differently. And then another question is, what triggers the pain? What do you find that makes the pain worse? Is it walking? If your pain gets worse with movement, well, that tells us it's muscles. Or does your pain get better when you stand up and start to walk? Your pain's worse when you're sitting down or laying down. That's important because that tells us, again, that's probably muscles and nerves. Does your pain, and when is your pain the worst? Before you urinate, when your bladder's really full, or after you're done urinating? If you have pain on bladder fill that gets better once you pee, okay, that points us to your bladder wall. But if your pain is worse after you're done peeing, that points us to your pelvic floor. And I was working with a patient on Thursday or Friday. She had no pain as her bladder filled. None. Her pain was only after she was done urinating. And of course, they looked in her bladder, completely normal bladder, although she had been diagnosed with interstitial cystitis. But what she had never had was a proper pelvic floor assessment. And she said, I feel tight down there. And it's like, okay, we need to explore that more. So we're going to celebrate those moments when your cystoscopy comes back with healthy tissue. That's great. That's good news. Now we have to look beyond the bladder, try to figure out what could be going on. It's just hard because when you're the patient peeing all the time, you're going, well, it's my bladder, it's my bladder, it's my bladder. But it might not be. Another symptom that's very helpful is, do you feel a heaviness? Like you start out the day pretty good, you slept okay at night, start out the day pretty good, but as the day goes on, something in your pelvis gets heavier, heavier, and heavier. By the end of the day, it's so heavy you can barely walk. Is that IC? Is that coming from your bladder? No. That's called pelvic congestion syndrome. And I was working with a patient 2 weeks ago who has that. So you are an anatomical mystery to be solved, Carolyn, and they are a fresh set of eyes. Carolyn says, I'm afraid of the cystoscopy, afraid they will make me feel worse. Well, number one, they don't even do cystoscopies or hydrodistension with cystoscopies anymore unless your diagnosis is in doubt. If your diagnosis is in doubt, then we do want somebody to take a quick look, but they don't do the high pressure, long duration hydrodistensions that were so painful anymore. Now they do what we call a low pressure, short duration, which is designed specifically to minimize trauma to the bladder. So cystoscopy, I mean, listen, you're an anatomical mystery to be solved. It starts with your symptoms. It starts with urinalysis. It starts with a pelvic floor assessment and any other freaky symptoms you're having, like if you ever feel a vibration, like you're sitting on a cell phone on vibrate, well, we know what that is now too. That's a pudendal neuralgia. Okay. Now, the thing you've got to understand is that if you've been in pain or you have suffered for a significant period of time, don't you want somebody to look at it? If you don't let them look, you're forcing them to guess. And don't you deserve more than a guess? I mean, you need facts now. You've suffered for a period of time. You've suffered. My personal rule for me is if I'm in pain, I want somebody to look at it. I don't want guessing anymore. I suffered for 20 years with bladder pain before I got better. And, when they looked in my bladder, normal bladder. Oh, okay. When they checked my pelvic floor, oh, totally messed up pelvic floor. Oh, now we have a clue. And so, you have to remember that you have total control here. I'm not afraid of an office cysto at all. I've had two. If my doctor wanted to do one today, I would let them. It's a looky-loo. All they do is numb your urethra, stick a tiny bit of fluid in there just to kind of just open it up a little bit, stick a cystoscope in, take a look around, pull it out, you're done. 5 minutes later, you're done. The only legacy of a cystoscope is your urethra burns for a couple of days. Because anytime you put an instrument in the urethra and stretch it, it's going to react. That'll go away in a couple of days. And so that plain, simple cystoscopy, just to give them a look in your bladder, is not an unreasonable request. But if you have blood in your urine, if you have not responded to previous bladder therapies, or you're progressively getting worse rather than better, then that hydrodistension with cystoscopy could be very, very fruitful, because that would help us see if there's anything else going on, like a Hunner's lesion. And again, you have total control. You get to set the rules. And so what I said to my doctor when we did one after I had my hysterectomy, at the very end of my hysterectomy, they usually do a hydrodistension with cystoscopy just to make sure they didn't damage the bladder during the hysterectomy. I told him, I said, listen, your number one job here is not to hurt me. I want to protect my bladder. I do not want you to be aggressive. I do not want you to do a lot of fluid. I'm glad you're looking, but I want you to minimize any potential trauma at all. And he's like, not a problem. And it was fine. It's the doctors who go in there and say, don't tell me what to do. I'm going to do whatever the hell I want to do. And if I want to stretch your bladder, I'm going to stretch your bladder. That's when you say, sir, you're not the one for me. I'm not interested in a high pressure, long duration hydrodistension. The AUA specifically says not to do that. Will you follow the AUA guidelines? And if he says, no, I'm going to do whatever the hell I want to do, you're going to stand up, shake his hand, say thank you for your time, and you're going to walk out and find another doctor. You have control. You pay them, they don't pay you. Walk in, Carolyn, with your power. Head held high, shoulders back. You are there paying them for their expertise. Carolyn said, I've always had rude urologists in the past. Well, yeah. And part of that is that there are biases about treating women. There are biases about if doctors went to med school prior to the 1980s, they were taught that it was mental and emotional. But, I've got this Meet the IC Expert lecture that we just put up on Amazon a couple of weeks ago. And that's with Dr. Martha Boone, who just retired. And she reminded me, and I really hadn't thought of this. She said, Jill, why do doctors go into urology? And she put up her hands. She said, because we are talented surgeons. Urologists are surgeons. They're not primary care providers. They were not trained to manage chronic diseases. They went into the field because they could operate well. And so they aren't necessarily going to be the best positioned or trained to help manage a chronic disease. And this pushes their button because they're not doing what they want to do, which is surgery. And she was very blunt about that. And I really hadn't thought of that before. And she's absolutely right. What we need is a new specialty. Well, we've got urogynecologists. Okay, that's kind of a good specialty. But we need that doctor who specializes in non-surgical kind of chronic management for really difficulties. All right, Amanda, I talked to my doctor about all this on Thursday. She told me I'm not normal for buying a scope and need a psych evaluation. I'm at a loss now. Number one, I'm so sorry. Number two, obviously not the doctor for you. If they're going to minimize you at that very first appointment, man, again, you just walk right out, head held high, no shame, no blame. This is just not the person for you. You got to remember that there are some doctors that are warm fuzzies and other doctors that are cold prickly. One of our old top IC doctors, who was a female, infamous cold prickly. You could not go into her office and expect a hug. She was just blunt, direct, and rude at times. Sounds like a bit like a cold prickly to me. What kind of scope did you buy, though? I'm curious about that. What did you buy, Amanda? What button did you push? And also, if you give me the state that you're in, I might be able to suggest somebody. I've never had, no, I take that back. I've had rude urologists. Yeah. I bring gifts. Whenever I go or whenever I went to a urologist, and I did for years, I brought new articles, I brought books, I brought heating pads. Um, Amanda says compassion fatigue from doctors. That's true too. COVID, listen, I don't care what anybody says about COVID. The hard reality is doctors had it the worst. And as my doctor just said to me earlier this month, at any given day, any given time, half of their entire health team is out with COVID right now. And a lot of doctors have left, and a lot of nurses have left because they don't want to risk their life. We lost so many doctors and nurses and other healthcare people to COVID. They were heroic in caring for patients, but they're done. And then you also have to consider the financial burden. Med school is so expensive right now. Who in their right mind would accept a $250,000 student debt to go through medical school? I mean, back when I had the chance to go to medical school, I don't remember how much it was. It might have been, maybe 10,000 a year. And now it's like 50 or 60,000 a year. Like, no way. So we have to be gentle with our care providers. They're not the enemy. We have no clue what they're dealing with. The other thing she said about urologists, and she said specifically with the IC patients, what the IC patients didn't really understand is that she might have a patient who's dying in the next room of cancer. Or she might have a patient who's having a complication from surgery or an emergency procedure, somebody on an ambulance going in that they've got to get to the hospital and do surgery. And so the daily life of a practicing urologist is very dynamic, very, very stressful. And we can catch them on good days, and we can catch them on days where, honestly, your case is not the priority. They're trying to save a life right now. Oh, you bought a microscope to look at your urine and vaginal? Oh, that's so cool. You're located in New York City. You're going to go see Dr. Goldstein? That's cool. I got no problems with that. We have a microscope. I grew up looking at stuff through our family microscope. I just gave it to my sister, as a matter of fact. It was fantastic. Looking at hair, looking at skin, going and getting some pond water, and looking at what's living in the water. And that's lovely. So why not? But you're going to have to do a lot of reading to understand what you're looking at. Different shapes and it opens up a brand new world for you. And I support you getting a microscope. You can also get a microscope basically as a phone app, and use that phone to get to zoom in a lot and look at smaller things. I love that you bought that. That's fantastic. You know what that shows me? You're an engaged, curious patient. Well done. So the IC specialist in New York is Robert Moldwin out on Long Island. And he runs their pelvic pain center now. And he wrote the old book, the IC Survival Guide. We don't use it anymore. It's very outdated, but because he wrote it back in the 90s. But he's a very kind, wonderful man, very, very experienced, master diagnostician. If you're within an hour of Robert Moldwin's clinic, that's where I would go, because you're seeing one of the true international experts on IT. Rhonda said, would you agree COVID has affect most of us not wanting to go out to socialize with people? I'm at home more than ever. Of course. Of course, Rhonda. Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm not okay. You're not going to see me getting on a plane right now or going to a concert with 5 or 6,000 people. I am very invested in wanting to keep my body healthy. And what we know about COVID is the more infections you get, the greater the likelihood of long COVID. And a lot of the research that's coming out is really quite alarming. I mean, that brain cells are being destroyed. The virus is living passively in the body in patients who have long COVID, at least some of them. And so I completely agree with you that COVID has definitely isolated us a lot more. But that's why getting out and walking out in the fresh air, you can stand 5 feet away from somebody and still have a nice discussion with them. I think we're all deprived. That's one of the things I envy about my sister Jan, is that she lives on a ranch. Her kids live on the ranch. She's got grandkids on the ranch. The pro side of that is that they're all together and they're not alone. The con side of that is they all get sick together. And the school, man, the colds and flus going through the elementary school last year was brutal. Absolutely brutal. Where with me, I was here with my parents, and I did, because I was overly protective for them, I did nothing for 3 years. Nothing except grocery shopping and walking. And even then walking, I crossed the street the first 2 years because I was terrified that I would bring home COVID and kill my parents. And that's one of the reasons why we didn't have in-home care, because my dad's cardiologist told us that that's a vector into the home, and that happened to one of his patients, and it killed family members. So I only had care the last 2 weeks. 7 years without a night away. That was a real commitment. I'm very proud of what I did. I have no regrets. But like I said earlier, I go to my first family party, 3.5, 4 years. We didn't celebrate Christmases together, my folks. And we did Zoom. And I really realized how I'm like the only way I can describe it is that I'm like a dry sponge in social interaction. And as I was up there, as people started to leave, I just stayed and I just soaked in the love. I just soaked in the companionship, because we need that companionship. And when I finally did walk away to drive home, I told that to my sister. I said, I feel like I've been starved for socially. Other than these meetings, and I talk with patients every day, but that's no substitute for a hug. So, socialize with the people that are safe and not idiots. And the hard and fast rule is, if you're sick, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be there. Rhonda says, yeah, I feel that too. I mean, we could never have imagined life during a life-threatening pandemic. I mean, the last time that happened was in the early 1900s when we weren't alive. Now we have a really harsh lesson in what our ancestors went through, and these pandemics killing half of an entire population. The tragedy of this one is it got politicized. In the old days, it was wear a mask to protect everybody. It's all about community. We wanted to lower the entire volume. And you look at those old face mask ads for the 1920s and 1930s, people were proud to wear a face mask. They understood that people were getting sick. But, when the idiot politicized it, millions have been affected tragically. Today, that society is about me first. Instead of we first, it's me first. Now, I don't want to live that way. I want to live with the we first. I want to live with people who are not so centered that they're willing to jeopardize the lives of anybody for their pride. And so if I have a mask in my car, if I've got to walk in somewhere where there's a crowd, I will absolutely put that mask on. Donna says, amen. Yeah. Diane says, what do I think about getting the COVID vaccine booster? I've already had it. I had it 3 weeks ago. No regrets. No regrets. I grew up with science. I believe in science. I love science. I believe in the research, and I'm very, very determined to protect myself. So when I had the booster, I was great. I did not get a double. They were offering a combined flu shot, COVID. No, that's too much for me. So I got the COVID shot in my left arm, like at 11 o'clock. I was fine all afternoon. I was fine all evening. I was actually shocked. But at 1:30 in the morning, I woke up with the chills. My jaw was rattling. It was, right? And I was that way for about 24 hours. And then the chills went away. And what do they say? That's a sign that the vaccine's working. It probably took 3 days before I just felt kind of loosey-goosey, a little weak in the knees. And then finally it got better. Sandra says, what do I think of the shingle shot? I have very mixed feelings about the shingle shot. I have not had the shingle shot because my brother, who is almost my twin, we look alike. We have the same hair. He's older than me, but almost my twin. He got the shingles vaccine and he got really bad shingles 2 weeks later. That was 4 years ago, and he's still on gabapentin for the nerve pain. I don't know if my sister is not my twin. She's got brown hair. She inherited more from my mom's side. And she got shingles for a couple of weeks, a couple of years ago. It kind of scares me because I know how sensitive my skin is. So I'm not sure what to do about the shingles vaccine. I also have very mixed feelings about the flu shot. I got flu shots for many, many years. And then a couple of years ago, I got a flu shot, but then I rewarded myself by stopping at Starbucks and getting a Frappuccino. And they gave me a fully caffeinated Frappuccino, and my heart went crazy. And I ended up in the emergency room all night with this crazy heart thing. Arrhythmias, PVCs, irregular heartbeats. It was awful. And the doctor just looked at me and said, no more coffee. And I'm like, it was decaf. He goes, no more coffee, not even decaf. You are way too sensitive. So I kind of have PTSD about that. I probably should. If I do it, I'll do it in the next month. But I'm not around young kids that would bring it home. So I don't know. Diane says, so is it better to see a pelvic floor gyne doctor for IC than a urologist? I've been with a urologist for a year and I'm frustrated. She sent me to physical therapy, but the therapist only wanted to see me twice. And also she wants to repeat hydrodistensions, which are surgery. What? Or prescribe meds. Well, okay, so Diane, again, you are an anatomical mystery to be solved. If you had tight pelvic floor muscles, they send you to physical therapy, and you do the physical therapy until the muscles get better. Going to a physical therapist only twice makes no sense. So when you had your pelvic floor assessment the first time, what did they find? It may be that you were at a physical therapist who was not trained in pelvic floor work and they were just uncomfortable doing it. So we might also want to change up that physical therapist and go to a different one that has the proper training. Now, really today, the only context where repeat hydrodistensions are done is in patients with Hunner's lesions. So a hydrodistension, according to the guidelines, is only done if the diagnosis is in doubt and they suspect Hunner's lesion. So you have blood in your urine, you got severe pain, you failed other therapies. That's when they would go, all right, it's time to look in your bladder and see what's going on. If they then see Hunner's lesions, they can treat it. If you have a normal bladder, you got a normal bladder, you're done. If you had Hunner's lesions and they treated it, and let's say you got better for 6 months and now you're worse again, they might want to do another hydrodistension to treat the lesions again. So I would want to know what her goal is. What is she trying to accomplish with repeat hydrodistension? Is she using it as a treatment? If it's a treatment, the problem with it as a treatment is that it's not a constructive therapy. It's a destructive therapy. The reason why you feel better after a hydrodistension is when you stretch the bladder wall, you break the nerves. So you feel better, but it's a false sense of feeling better because the nerves will always grow back. And sometimes more nerves grow back than you originally had. And so doing the repeated hydrodistensions as a treatment is rare. It's a very, very rare now. Bobby said, if the hydrodistension shows diffuse petechiae and bilateral ureteral efflux of urine, what does that mean? Well, diffuse petechiae mean nothing. That's actually thrown out. We actually thought that was the finding of petechiae or glomerations was originally thought to be IC. Now we know that that's just what happens when you stretch the bladder. I always have to remember to drink. The bilateral are you sure it's efflux or is it reflux? I want to make sure I know what I'm dealing with here. So bilateral. Hold on. Hold on one sec. Let me look at something real quick. Did you have avoiding cystogram? Avoiding cystogram. There are, so no, you have not had that done. I just want to get this right. The bilateral is interesting. Okay. Okay. Hold on. This is where a urologist would go, Jill, you're supposed to know this. It's normal. It's normal. It just means they're both draining. It's reflex, where urine's going the opposite. Urine's going back up instead of down. They would have just slapped me upside the head. I'm sorry. I've been talking for 3 hours now. My brain isn't always there. I would not be worrying about that at all. That sounds perfectly normal to me. But again, if you have any doubts, talk to your doctor. You know, we all have, the brain is an amazing thing. We have great recall. And then there are moments when it just turns itself off for a while. I couldn't remember yesterday my favorite burger joint, where I always get a grilled chicken breast, and I'm driving down the freeway going, okay, it's not Super Burger. What is it? What is it? Come on, Jill, you go there all the time. And it took me like 2 minutes to remember the name of this restaurant, Phyllis's Giant Burgers. Diane said, I don't have Hunner's. That's so embarrassing. Diane says, I don't have Hunner's lesions. I have bleeding and glomerulation. So she cauterized them so I wouldn't pee out a lot of blood. I have a tight pelvic floor, the sensitization thing, and estrogen atrophy. My biggest problem is going so often and a lot at night. So now she wants to do surgically embed these. Okay, Diane, glomerations are thrown out as being meaningful now. You look at our new national guidelines, they say the finding of petechial hemorrhaging and glomerations is not specific to IC. It is found in other conditions, and basically it's a byproduct of the hydrodistension. So 25 years ago, we thought that finding of petechiae and glomerations was IC. Now we know it's not. Now we know it's not. It's just what happens when you stretch the bladder. So the three things you know you have are tight pelvic floor muscles. So you have to work on that because there's a legacy to tight muscles. What happens when you have tight muscles is they reduce blood supply. They squeeze the blood vessels. So if your bladder is supposed to get 24 units of blood a day and it's only getting 10, are you going to have a healthy bladder wall? The answer is no. That's called ischemia. So you need to be investing time with that pelvic floor and working with your pelvic floor. Number two, the estrogen atrophy. The estrogen atrophy is easy. It's not a disease. It's estrogen atrophy. How are we going to treat that? We're going to treat that with topical estrogen. That's a treatment of choice. And you might benefit from okay. So you might benefit from Cystomend or bladder rest or bladder builder. The blessing here is you've got lots of options. And again, our national guidelines, they say they want you to try the supplements before you try the treatments. This is from the American Urology Association because they don't have the same risk of adverse event. The medication which coated the bladder, Elmeron, has fallen out of favor now because of its link to eye disease and inflammatory bowel disease. So since we don't have another oral medication that will provide a coating, we go instead to the chondroitin-based supplements, and we go there first. Although they are doing a clinical trial of a new coating down in Australia. They just treated their first patient, but it's not available. And then lastly, the central sensitization thing. So we know what caused, yes, you're right. Your bladder is inflamed and angry. That would have happened from the hydrodistension. That would happen if you were drinking coffee with estrogen atrophy or green tea or anything like that. I would assume she did a biopsy to see if there was anything funky going on there. But that's what we would expect. I mean, if you've got a dry bladder and you haven't modified your diet and you're pouring tomato sauce and orange juice and cranberry juice and other irritants, of course that's going to get irritated because the skin can't protect itself because it doesn't have that nice thick mucosal layer. Okay, and the biopsy was negative. So we've got good news here. But here's the thing with the sensitization thing, because this is my group. That's subtype 5 central sensitization using the Chris Payne subtyping system or phenotyping system. Having that central sensitization means that your nerves are sensitive now. That's the link between IC, IBS, vulvodynia, TMJ, migraines, fibromyalgia, etc. It's all connected by the central nervous system. So how do we become sensitive? Well, in some places you can inherit it. Hello, redhead. So I inherited very sensitive nerves as a double recessive redhead. We know that physical trauma, injury can cause sensitization. What happens, let's say you fall and break your tailbone. So the nerves at the tailbone become inflamed, but nerves talk to each other. So that sensitization spreads to nerves that were not originally irritated. So you've got local sensitivity and then regional sensitivity. If we don't get those nerves calmed down, that sensitivity starts to spread to other nerves. That can be called allodynia also. And then if we don't treat it at that point in time, eventually the spinal cord gets involved because that's where all the nerves go. And then all the nerves in the spinal cord go up here. And now we've got sensitization up here in the brain. It sounds scary. There's nothing to be scared of with this. Nothing to be scared of. We have fantastic research now that has found the linkage between all these related conditions. And that is in nerve function. And when you look at the brain of somebody who has multiple pain conditions, and I am in this group, you see a brain that is operating 24 hours a day in fight or flight. The amygdala, which is the command center for fight or flight, is on all the time. And that's not normal. Normally, so the most primitive part of the brain, the part of the brain that has one job to save your life, it just monitors your senses. What do you see? What do you hear? What do you smell? What do you taste? And if it senses a threat, it takes over the brain and it prepares you to fight for your life or run for your life. It raises your heart rate. It raises your blood pressure. It tightens your muscles. So if you open your front door and you see a tiger, of course, the primitive part of your brain takes over. But you're also an adult. You don't go, ooh, hi, tiger, come here. No, no, no. You would slam the door. You would call the authorities. They would come out. They would trank the tiger. take it away. An hour later, the tiger's gone. The threat is gone. And when the threat is gone, the parasympathetic nervous system is supposed to take back control of the brain. And what does it do? It lowers heart rate. It lowers blood pressure. It relaxes muscle. So normally on any given day, we're supposed to be operating with the calm portion of our brain, the relaxing portion of our brain. So the question then becomes, why are we stuck in fight or flight? And Dominica, hold that question. What the research shows in the children who eventually develop multiple pain conditions like me, there is, for 80% of them, there is a major physical injury. Major physical injury. Hit by a car, broken leg. I broke my tailbone when I was 14. Okay, which I think was the foundation for my pelvic floor problems. 14 days of pain will put the brain into a constant state of fight or flight. And you then have to work hard to get it out of that. But for the other 20%, it's a history of abuse or bullying. And, you know, I sadly dabble in all of these. I have made no, there's no mystery about some of the things that happened to me, because in addition to breaking my tailbone, I grew up in a neighborhood with a rapist and murderer. I was one of his early targets when he was quite young, and I was young. The year I went away to college, he raped and murdered my neighbor. I did not leave my house without fear for over a decade. And when we have our high school reunions, we have our victim reunions. A lot of people were scared by this kid. Was so violent and so aggressive. And so think about what that did to my brain. Home was my safe place. But as soon as my mom woke me up to go into, hey, honey, you got to get up, time to go to school, my brain went into fight or flight. And then I walked to school looking over my shoulder for him because I was a favorite target of his. Closer I got to school, the worse it got. I was hypervigilant all day. And then I'd run home to safety. And again, a lot of us were affected by this. So my brain also got normalized into fight or flight. And what the research shows is that 20 days of abuse and bullying puts a brain into a constant state of fight or flight. And how do we know you're in fight or flight? Because you're freaking anxious all the time. You can't kid a kidder. I've been there. I had terrible anxiety disorder in my 20s and early 30s. Horrible. And you know, my life was forever changed by that. But the blessing here is that we know exactly how to get your brain out of fight or flight. I'm not in fight or flight anymore. I know what to do to stop it because I took a really good class in anxiety management and I have the skills. And so so no shame, no blame here. It's nobody's fault. It's the result of trauma, physical or emotional trauma. And so for the patient with multiple sensitivities, you've got to dedicate your day to calming your nervous system down too. And that means deep breathing, relaxation, meditation, mindfulness, doing the guided relaxations every day. Because we got to listen, pain that is accompanied by anxiety will be intensified. If you're anxious, you're crying, and you're in pain, it's going to get worse because your brain thinks your life is at stake. It's trying to get your attention to take action, to run. It's going to intensify the pain. Pain that is accompanied by laughter will be minimized by the pain, by the brain. And so it's very, very, very important that we, without any shame or without any blame, focus on this goal of just calming our nervous system down. Nobody's saying you're mentally ill. We don't call it that. It's a central nervous system maladaptation. It's injury. It's a sign of injury. Now, injuries not only affect muscles, they not only affect bones, they affect nerves. So we got to calm these nerves down. So I have a video on our website of the class I took that was so freaking good. And that's what gave me the foundation to keep this under control. I have not had a panic attack since I took that class at the age of 35. And that's what I want for you too. But it's just about skills. It's not saying I'm a bad person. It's like, you know what? Something happened to me and I could use some skills on how to handle this. The other thing that's just very, very important to me, and interestingly, Arnold Schwarzenegger talked about it in his book, which I'm loving. Positivity. Don't live in the negative. We got to focus on positive things. Get off the news, get off of social networking that's telling you to click on scary things. Bring joy into your daily life. Live in a happy home. I live in a happy home. The windows are open, the sun's shining in. I got stuff everywhere that makes me smile. I don't read bad stuff. I don't watch scary movies. Believe me, I do not watch scary movies. I lived a life of scare. Give me a comedy any day. And those basic affirmations, I can do all things through my faith, which strengthens me. Whatever faith it is, put in your faith. My life is getting better every single day. You know, every day and every way, my life is getting better. Or my favorite one, be bold and mighty forces shall come to thy aid. Be bold. You know, I'm not a victim anymore. I am a bitch in the best possible way. No shame, no blame. It's that easy. I refuse to let that dominate my life anymore. I refuse to be abused. I will walk away. I have the power to get in my car and drive away, and I will. I am not interested in spending any time with anybody who is abusive or demeaning or insulting. Diane says here, Bobby says, how long does an angry bladder generally last after hydrodistension? It depends upon how much they stretch your bladder. Some people go out to dinner that night. For other people, it might be a couple of days. And for other people, it might be a week or two. Hopefully they didn't do a high pressure long duration, which would be a longer recovery. Diane says, I was a colicky baby, so maybe born with sensitization in the womb. I was born just 15 months after my brother, so my mom was exhausted. My dad was an alcoholic and angry and would spank with a belt. Honey, listen, that's a massive theme in the patients I work with, is growing up with an alcoholic. See, honey, here's the deal. Your body went into fight or flight as soon as he came home from work and started drinking. And you got more and more hypervigilant because you knew that the more drunk he got, the more the chance for violence was. Now that I'm asking people, you'd be amazed at the number of patients who grew up with an alcoholic and a violent alcoholic. I was working with somebody else who, as a child, hid in her bathroom, locked herself in her bathroom. And when her drunk dad finally figured out where he was, he'd bang on the door until she would open it, and then he'd beat her and abuse her. Can you imagine what that did to her precious little brain? That's an injury. So it's not the colic. It's not that you were born with it, honey. It was that your brain naturally went into fight or flight because you grew up with a violent alcoholic. No shame, no blame. You did nothing wrong here. Nothing. And we can't change the past. I can't change my past. You can't change your past. And we're not going to live with anger. You know, that kid grew up with violent alcoholic parents himself. So you now have the option to look in a different direction. Number one, you're an adult. It won't happen again. Number two, you have power and strength today that you did not have as a child. And number three, you now know the damage that does. So you're not going to treat other people that way. And you can use some of these basic techniques to protect yourself now and just calm things down. You write, your husband is very negative and loves to watch Newsmax all evening, which is, that's the hard part. Right. Diane says we stayed outside and in the house and you were quiet. Right. Exactly. So, this is the sad state of where we are around the world now. And that is this tremendous division. You have to remember that Newsmax gets paid based upon engagement. The way they keep your husband engaged is by saying negative things, getting them madder and madder and madder and madder. The more mad you are, the more you watch because you're looking for answers. And I had that problem with my dad. And we never came to a good conclusion. If he was watching that stuff, I just walked out of the room. My life is too short and too precious. I am not interested in living with that level of hate. So, it's brainwashing for profit. And the challenge here is that we just can't, at this point in time, whether they're far right and far left, finding the truth is very difficult. I wish we could go back in time and not let that happen because this caused so much damage to so many families. I would just urge you to walk out and read a book. Listen to Joel Osteen. Listen to some positivity, hun. And big hug, honey, big giant hug to you. You did nothing wrong. This is what happens in alcoholic families, and this is what's happening in families that are being driven by extremism. You can't change. Listen, you only have the power to control yourself. You only have the power to put yourself in a better place. You can't change your husband. So you take responsibility for you and you ask yourself, do I feel good listening to that? And if you don't, put on some earbuds and get Arnold Schwarzenegger's book, be useful. Or listen to something else. Just do something else. Go craft. You don't have to listen to them. Mary says, what do I think about having a cystoscopy after my PCR came back positive for Citrobacter a few weeks ago? I'm nervous, scared to be worse. Diane says she goes to her own rooms and watch comedy. Perfect. But do something. Be constructive. Do something. I had to wear a heart monitor for a month when the Elavil messed my heart up so badly, and it scared the living crap out of me. And so I started making dolls. I made stuffed rabbits. It's just like what I said in my brain is I'm going to prove to myself that I can make something beautiful and positive from this really scary situation. And so I just it was this room, as a matter of fact, at the time, and I had a sewing machine set up. This is before I was doing this work. And I just sewed. I just played with my hands. And I ended up making gorgeous dolls. And I entered in the fair and I won first place. And I gave them to all my friends, And I'm making them again now, only smaller and funner. Okay, Dominica, thank you for waiting, honey. I'm so sorry. Can you recommend any good resources into Botox for pelvic pain? I'm in physical therapy, estrogen therapy, supplements, and it's just not working. Okay, so yes, but it's not going to, this is what you need, honey. So, Dominica, the question that you've got to ask your physical therapist is, are my muscles responding to therapy, or are they always locking back down into tension? This is very, very important. So no matter what physical therapy she does, a week later, a month later, are your muscles just as tight? Are your trigger points back in exactly the same spot that she had massaged them out? So Dr. Jerome Weiss was the first urologist back in the 70s and late 70s who went, you know what? Bladder therapies really don't work for IC patients. And he was the first mainstream doctor who said, we need to look beyond the bladder. And so he became the first national expert at muscles. And he's a very humble guy, not the ego you would see in a lot of doctors. So he took every class he could find. He even flew to Asia and took classes. It's like, I want to figure this out. Why are these patients struggling to the degree that they are? And so he became an absolute master at the pelvis and all the things in the pelvis that could trigger these symptoms. And he practiced in San Francisco. He's retired now. He's 85 now. If you went to his clinic and you had tight pelvic floor muscles and trigger points, he was so freaking good with his hands that he would have massaged them out, and patients would walk out so much better. But some called back a week later and said, Doc, it's back. It's back. And he'd go, how is this possible? I have them all massaged out. And that became the mystery of his career. He wanted to understand why muscles always lock back down into tension. So that's when you have to take a step back from the muscles and you got to look at bones. Because what puts long-term stress on muscles and muscle position but bones? So do you, for example, have a bad hip? Or do you have scoliosis? Like I have a little bit of scoliosis, so my hips are kind of counter-rotated. One's like this way, one's like that way. Do we have a funky SI joint? Do we have a broken tailbone? A tailbone that is healed out of position. Worked with another patient last week. They found, again, a tailbone completely bent the wrong way. She had broken it badly. Your tailbone is supposed to curve under like this. Just like a dog or a cat, when they walk, their tailbone curves down and kind of under between their legs. And when they get really, really stressed, the tail goes right through their legs. That's the position of the tailbone. It curves under. But if you've broken it, it might be skewed to the left. It might be skewed to the right. Or instead of curving under, it's curving out. Let me tell you, this is bad. This is going to hurt. You have a tailbone that's crooked and poking out. You can darn well believe that sitting is going to be painful. The other thing you have to understand is that the tailbone, well, let me get my model here real quick. Okay. So, hello, pelvis. Let's look at it from the front. Hip bone, pubic bones right here. Your sit bones right here. I have a lot of pressure. I have a lot of pressure on my sit bone on this side. But let's look at it from the back. My ears just popped. That's so weird. Why would my ears pop? Okay. Vertebrae with your spinal cord. Sacrum. These are called vestigial vertebrae. They're fused together, but they were at once vertebrae. And through these holes, we get nerves that go into the pelvis. And hello, Mr. Tailbone. There's the tailbone. Look at everything that's connected to the tailbone. The tailbone is not passive, it is active. Our tailbone moves to help us balance and walk. And if this tailbone is skewed to the left or to the right or curving out, you're going to have problems. But that's potentially fixable. So in this book, he shared this challenge. And finally, he solved the mystery that 95% of those patients who locked back down into tension were not walking normally. Because all the forces from when you walk and take a step are directed all the way back up into your pelvic cavity. So Dominica says, no structural issues that I know of other than a retroverted uterus. Used to manage my IC with physical therapy anymore. Started getting chronic UTIs and my muscles went into overdrive. So the chronic UTIs are probably from estrogen atrophy. Okay. But again, you have to ask the physical therapist, are my muscles always getting tight or are they slowly getting better? So let me show you a picture here, because what he found is that for 95% of his patients who always locked back down into tension, it was how they were walking. They had one leg shorter than the other. They had Morton's toe, Morton's neuroma. But I want you to look at this picture. Look at this picture. Okay. This is a normal foot. This is a foot where the ankle rolls in. So in this normal foot, you can see that the shin is at a right angle to the ground. And you can see it's straight. The femur obviously curves a little bit. And look, you can see a good, healthy, normal piriformis muscle right there. You see that? Now, let's look at what happens if your ankle rolls in. The ankle's rolling in, your shin bone is not straight anymore. Now it's skewed to the opposite side. And that angle is worsened even more by the femur. And now look at this stretched out piriformis muscle. This is a fat and happy piriformis muscle on this side. This is a stressed and strained pelvic floor muscle on that side. Would wearing high heels cause pelvic floor issues? Hell yes, definitely. Absolutely. This book, Breaking Through Chronic Pelvic Pain, is the Bible for all things pelvic floor, and it is filled with fabulous case studies. Dominica, it's free on Kindle Unlimited, guys. It's free. I just checked the other day. But I recommend the paper version so that you can come back and highlight. Because let me tell you, you see this? This book has helped me more than any other book and being able to educate you and to help you. And it's filled with incredible case studies. Here we go. Let me just read this section to you. While practitioners focus on the symptomatic organ, the bladder, an unfortunate chain of reaction is taking place. The dysfunctional muscles further tighten and weaken, causing the surrounding muscles to work harder and become dysfunctional as well. Eventually, trigger points in the stress muscles are activated and become tender, quite possibly placing pressure on the nerves that supply them. The trigger points are now generating pain that, if allowed to persist, set in motion a neuroplastic response that produces a state of hypersensitivity in the central nervous system. This state, called central sensitization, was explained at length in the previous chapters. And the sensitized system responds by lowering the pain threshold and spreading and maintaining and prolonging the pain. Now the patient has a much deeper neuropathic pain that is much more difficult to treat. This is a fantastic book. You can get it in the IC Network shop. It's $6 cheaper than Amazon because I have a relationship with Dr. Weiss. He took 15 years to write this book. It was his legacy to the pelvic pain and IC movement, and it is such a blessing. Oh my God, please read it. It is so good. And listen, my book, IC 101, is not bad, but if you got any sort of pelvic floor stuff, listen, you got to read his book. What can you do about the ankle that curves in? Orthotics. You need to go to a podiatrist. They got to fix that. And also the shoes. Hokas. Actually, you can't see the name. Hokas. These are the best shoes ever. I can wear these shoes for hours. I can walk miles in these shoes and my feet don't hurt. They're so good. Hoka Bondis. And I think I walked 4 miles this morning, probably. IC friendly candy, Kit Kat Bones, made with white chocolate. You couldn't pay me to wear high heels now, plus they hurt. And I don't want to fall and break my hip. So I wear flats now. Okay. Any other calls? So we've been on for 3 hours. Any other questions? All right. Then maybe this is a good place to stop. My TMJ will appreciate it. Oh, it's almost 5 o'clock. Crap. All right, guys. Well, listen, happy Halloween. I hope you have a great time on Tuesday. And I will see you next week. Knock on wood. And in the meantime, your homework is to, for 15 minutes a day, work on relaxing your nervous system, do a guided relaxation. We've got them on the IC Network website. For 15 minutes a day, do your pelvic floor work and your exercises, or get outside. And most importantly, I want you to laugh. Got to laugh. We got to bring humor and laughter into our lives again. That's very, very important. And if you find these meetings helpful, please come on over to the IC Network and become a member so you can get our magazine, the IC Optimist, or you can buy something in our shop. That's what keeps me going, because we have bills that we have to pay. Everything we do is free. I don't charge you to do these. You don't have to pay somebody thousands of dollars to learn about IC. I'm the National IC Support Group leader. That's why I do these. I want to educate you. But, we do have internet bills to pay and computer bills to pay and stuff like that. So it's really helpful if you buy something in our store rather than on Amazon. We have a really nice mail order center. All right. So please come on over and check it out. We've got low acid coffee. We got the supplements. We got the books, heating pads. Oh, and I've got a fantastic new chair cushion. Oh, so exciting. Got a brand new chair cushion that we're going to be bringing in. Do you guys want to see a sample? You want to see it? I got the sample. I can show it to you. Oh, fabulous new chair cushion. I'm so excited. I just ordered 18 of them for our shop. Let me go get it real quick. Hold on. Oh, check this out. So I sit on this one. So the waffle cushion is good if you have like pain in your glutes. And so I lifted something and I tweaked my muscles. So I will sit on the waffle cushion if I have pain in my butt cheeks, right? Okay. Some of you probably remember we had a custom cushion made for us for many, many years. We sold thousands of them. It was called our bladder and pelvic floor friendly chair cushion. And it had a groove down the middle. It looked like this. So it looked like this, right? Whoops. So it's square. Each butt cheek is supported. But nothing was pushing up against the crotch. So if you're having rectal pain or vulvar pain or prostate pain or urethral pain or clitoral pain, sitting on something that has a groove is important because you're not putting any pressure on it. But this manufacturer is very, very slow. So it's been a little bit harder for us to get. And so I was approached by a young woman who has a new company, and this is her cushion. So it's a little bit bigger than the others. It's not 16 inches wide, it's 18 inches wide. The groove is perfect. It's just long enough so that when I sit on it, nothing is touching anything important. I mean, because if I tend to get rectal pain every now and then from tight muscles, so I don't want anything pushing up. So the size of this groove is perfect, but the cushion itself is memory foam, and it's like our old medium cushions. It's like perfect, and it has a handle and it has a zipper so that you can take off the cushion and the cover and wash it. Hello. We've never had that in 20 years. And so it's a memory cushion that just kind of slowly gives. It was been exposed to a lot of cold, so it's kind of stiffer right now, but it immediately gave in. Oh yeah, and it's softer under the thighs, so it's not pushing up into the back of your thighs. It's another option. Everybody's different. Everybody, when you're having sitting issues, everybody's a little bit different. And so what might work for me might not work for you. The advantage of cushions like this is that, you'll know in 5 minutes if it'll work. And if it doesn't work, you can always send it back. Rhonda said, I just bought one like that with the groove, but I don't have where you can take the cover off. I use it in my car. I couldn't believe I found it in Ross. Wow, you found it in Ross. That's great. So let's see. So we got this a week ago when it was quite warm, and it gave a little bit more. It's a little tiny bit stiffer right now, but it's soft. It's not pushing up and triggering any pain that I can feel. So it's a viable option. Now, unfortunately, the cushions that were handmade for us were very inexpensive. I'm going to do this one. I like that one better, because I have issues by my sit bone right now, so that cushion is better for me. Okay, but anyway, so the old cushions that we had, the bladder and prostate friendly chair cushion, only cost like $28, $30, but they were cheap covers, cheap foam, because we were just trying to make it affordable. I mean, it was just that easy. all the newer cushions, whether you go with Pelvic Pain Solutions or these new ones, they're going to be up in the $70 range, $60, $70 range, but they will last much, much longer than the old cushions that we had, because those would only last 3 to 6 months before the foam would flatten and you'd have to get another one. So anyway, it's kind of fun. We got a new cushion coming in. It'll be a new option. I ordered 18 of them. We'll see. We'll see. It's just nice to have options. Hi, Angel. Rhonda, what was the brand name? Such good candy. So good. I am so easy to please. I don't need fancy meals. I don't need fancy restaurants or a fancy car. Like literally playing games with some white chocolate, that's good for me. You don't know it's in your car? All right. No worries. Angel, we've been on now for almost 4 hours now, so I'm just getting to the point where we'll be signing off. So sorry, but you'll be able to watch this recording if you like it. If you guys are on YouTube, make sure you subscribe, check the notification button so you get notified when we go on. And for those of you on Facebook, make sure you subscribe and please share these with all of your IC friends and let them know that we're here, because I'd like to help if I can. Okay. All right, guys, be well. Happy Halloween. We will see you next weekend. We'll see what the week has in store for us. All good things, I hope. All right. See you later. See you later, YouTube. Be well.